people trained in CPR, more research, and more life-saving moments for everyone. Take the first step and register for your local Heart Walk. Extraordinary starts with you. Join Heart Walk today. Find your local Heart Walk at heartwalk.org.
KGUM FM, Dedido. Powered by Glimpses Media.
AP News for Friday, August 14th. I'm Ben Thomas. Talks to end the Iran war appear stalled, but the circle of countries getting involved in diplomatic efforts is widening. After talks this week with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the foreign ministers of Austria and Greece both held calls with Iran's foreign minister. Meanwhile, speaking at a police academy in New York Friday, President Trump had this.
So, for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember, you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have... A country, really, it's the number one state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's... I'll never apologize. I did the right thing.
AAA put the national average for gas just below $4.08 per gallon Friday. Meantime, the president downplayed concerns about mental health and supply issues aboard the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln. It's in the Middle East supporting U.S. operations against Iran, and it's been at sea for nearly 9 months. Trump telling reporters,
"Not nearly long enough."
The USS George Washington is on its way from the Pacific to relieve the Lincoln. In other news, Luigi Mangioni's pleaded guilty to federal stalking charges in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. U.S. Attorney Jamie McDonald.
The result achieved today now allows our office to seek the maximum penalty allowed, life imprisonment.
Mangioni's lawyers are now seeking to dismiss a separate New York State murder case on double jeopardy grounds. Defense attorney Karen Friedman Agnifilo.
New York law does not permit a person to be prosecuted and punished twice for the exact same crime under a statute that governs successive prosecutions.
And in Indonesia, a magnitude 7.7 earthquake struck off the coast in the Flores region early Saturday. This is AP News. A story about a cabinet.
The Hoosier cabinet is an all-in-one kitchen that was once a mainstay in early 20th century American homes. They're no longer in fashion, but a town in northern Indiana is celebrating the cabinet's place in history with the display of a really giant one. It's a 30-foot-tall model of a Dutch kitchenette in the town of Napanee, and it celebrates Koppes Napanee, one of 2 companies still in existence that manufactured the Hoosier cabinet more than a century ago. Wesley Mast, company owner.
When people walk up and see the big cabinet, it seems like we get 2 extremes on the responses. There's the one extreme where people are like, why? Like, why such a big cabinet? This was kind of the first piece of furniture that went into the house as a kitchen and was considered all in one, the kitchen itself in just one piece.
And Koppes Napanee is 150 years old this year. I'm Donna Warder.
The latest through the weekend at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
KGUM FM, Dedido, the talk of Guam. This is Wave 105.1 FM, a Glimpses Media radio station.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup or delivery. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Tourism is our #1 industry. As Guam's largest employer, tourism supports more than 50,000 jobs. In fact, 1 out of every 5 jobs is tourism-related. Annually, tourism generates over $163 million in tax revenue. Without it, every household would pay an additional $3,700 per year. From real estate to retail, tourism has a positive impact on every industry, helping make Guam a better place to live, work, and visit. Support tourism. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, celebrating over 55 years of tourism.
Calling all seniors, there's nothing like Silver Savings Tuesday at Agana Shopping Center. If you're 55 and better, Tuesdays are made just for you. All senior citizens can now enjoy special discounts and deals every Tuesday at Vitamin World, SM Island, Miniso, Capricciosa, Taco Bell, Robbins Planters, Cinnabon, Subway, and of course, Ross Dress for Less. Great food, smart savings, and island favorites all in one place and all for seniors. Silver Savings Tuesdays only at Agana Shopping Center.
Jack here. Visiting family inspired me to add a Philly-style bonus Jack combo to my menu. Melty cheese, grilled onions, and peppers, plus fries and a drink starting at just $5.99.
Yo, Jack, you got $6?
It also inspired me to stop visiting family.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Half a day, I'm Callan Perez and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perez and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Callan Perez and I approve this message.
Feeling good, getting things done. Wave 105 FM.
Welcome to the show. This is the BrightSide right here on Wave 105. We are KGUM FM, Dedido, Guam. My name is Ryan Seneklis, and every day, Monday through Friday, I have the pleasure of introducing this gentleman right here, the host of the BrightSide, Mr. Pauly. Suba, buenas.
Welcome to it, another BrightSide right here on Wave 105. We do want to thank our sponsors, and that's Chili's Grill and Bar at Chili's. More life, great food, and memories happen here. Micropack, from Bose to Sony and more. Micropack, Guam's home for quality electronics. Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh. Triple J, it's big deals on big wheels at Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail. Drive home a new Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first in GTA. We start with you. Welcome to it, Viva Lunes!
Viva!
Monday, August 17th.
Today's August 17th?
Yes.
So you know what that means, right?
No.
It's GQ's birthday.
GQ?
Yeah, Rand Coffin.
Oh, okay.
Old school GQ.
There you go. Happy birthday, Rand.
Happy birthday. Man,
nice.
It's going to be a fun week for him.
It's like his birthday every day, though.
Yeah.
Like he's always in a very...
Guides mood.
Yes, absolutely. 671-922-1051 or 1052 is the number. We are online, thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Over the weekend, GPD put out a statement about like reorganizing the entire department.
Yeah.
That's not new though.
It's not new.
Because maybe I was just too young to understand that. Hey, why is Daddy going to a whole nother division around January?
And your dad would tell you straight up.
This happens all the time.
It happens all the time.
He went from he did all the divisions, SWAT, juvenile section. He was a detective. He was in all the different divisions. Undercover.
I mean, we used to go pick up my dad because he was the watch commander, right, in Ganya. The next thing you know, like 3-4 months later, I'm riding with my mom to go pick him up in Agate precinct, and I'm like,
Southern precinct, highway patrol, yeah. And so I know that it can be frustrating.
It can,
especially when you are starting to like make some progress, or maybe you're on a case. I remember even he was with internal affairs,
I mean, I kind of like it only because you don't get complacent, right?
And you get all the ins and outs of all of these divisions, especially when you start to move up in rank. You're like, I remember when I was in that division. I remember when I was, the sergeant there or PO3 and whatnot, right? So I've been in their shoes.
And I read the story, and Acting Chief Carvalito had said this is something that
they've been working on.
So there's, I don't know what the ranking file is saying yet, but when it comes to changes and everything, and you're so used to being in that certain position that you like, and you're like, what? I have to transfer? What? No. What? I have to do this now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
and
I get it.
And there's politics and there's cliques too.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And there's a lot of it at GPD. I can tell you that much. But again, it's just roll with the punches, man. I mean, for me, I would look at it like, okay, if they pull me out from Highway Division and they put me in CIS, you know what? I'm just putting another notch in my belt as far as experience, an experienced police officer. I'm well rounded. So if I was to transfer to another division, I'll be like, okay, well, I just saw this accident in GPD. In one of the roads, and okay, I'm going to do my assessment. If he was like the guy that witnessed it, right. And then if it's a criminal investigation, he has that under his belt too as well. So, I get it. Sometimes you don't like change, man. But but it didn't say when I was reading the story, it didn't say who was complaining. I mean, was it the rank and file or was it abrupt?
People that are moving to places where they were content, right? I mean, that's usually how it is.
Yeah.
It says here that the law says that the chief of police is responsible for organizing GPD, right?
Yeah.
So that employees are properly assigned, different divisions work together, manpower isn't being unnecessarily being duplicated, resources are being used to efficiently, and GPD keeps up with the changing public safety needs.
Now it's like they're picking on you, right? If you live in Jigo, and they
send you all the way down to Hogat.
Then you can say, okay, this is political.
Oh, I'm in charge of evidence again. You guys got me down in the evidence room.
Yeah, that's why my dad was okay, because we stayed central. We were staying in central.
You guys put me in the motor pool again. I was so close to arresting your cousin.
Yeah, but this is
and
not,
now you got me in motor pool.
Yeah, this is not a fly by night thing. I mean, prior to even from what I read. Prior to his passing, and this is Chief Ignacio, he has been working with the upper management of GPD to really spread out the little numbers that they had to run efficiently. And so, I mean, if he got it from his higher ups, don't blame Acting Chief Carvalito.
Well, much of the plan was designed by former Chief Ignacio, who unfortunately has passed away, right? But he points to that, like, yo, I'm just implementing things that were already, set up in
Chief
the plans
Ignacio,
for.
From what I read, Chief Ignacio actually got together with his, management team and said, okay, come up with something that we can we can all digest and we'll start doing, implementing it. So it wasn't like, oh, I don't like this officer, so I'm going to put him here. And no, this is from the upper ranking management of GPD. This is the people that are directly under the chief.
Yeah, and ultimately management decides whether you like it or not. I mean, if you do have something, I was just joking, but if you do have something showing that you were on to something and you were pulled off because they didn't want you snooping around, and that's internal affairs right there. So we can take that right to internal affairs. Other than that, it's just like, oh, that's management. They're making those decisions.
I mean, I can't imagine somebody like, what's his name, remember Donnie? No, is it Donnie Wahlberg or Mark Wahlberg? And what's his name? Will Ferrell.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah, when they had The Rock and Samuel Jackson. I can't imagine Samuel Jackson being behind a desk. He'll probably be pissed.
Yeah.
He was just one of those gung ho, let me go at him and everything. So maybe a couple of the officers like, man, I love being out on the road. Stop putting me on the desk. It's like, just don't do no desk pops.
I don't know what desk pops are.
You never, it was in the movie. You remember, desk pop?
It's been a while.
Yeah,
oh, okay, got it.
It was like, oh yeah, boom.
I haven't watched it recently.
But yeah, so I'm pretty sure that everybody will get used to their new positions and new divisions where they're at. But yeah, I mean, I get it. It's abrupt and everything, but I'm almost certain that they probably been passing out notices that, hey, you're going to be, we're going to be doing some revamping and certain reorganizing and whatnot. And so to act surprised now, like, I didn't know. I'm like, okay. I don't know. I mean, if they did it, if they were, keeping everybody abreast of what's going on, right? Yeah, within the divisions.
Yeah, it's not new. I remember as a kid, it was like a whole nother division, a whole nother place where my dad was being assigned to. That's always. I didn't know that that's something that people would be upset over. That's part of the whole thing. That's part of being a police officer. At least that's what, from my perspective, of course, Dad wasn't complaining to his 7-year-old. Why am I being moved again?
You wouldn't have known.
Yeah.
Like, all I know is he's getting up a little bit earlier.
Yeah. Okay, so there's some other things that we can touch on. Department of Agriculture, and this is something that we were having a conversation all week in the last couple weeks, and it's always good when our government can support our farmers, especially when they lost their crops, right? So if you haven't heard, the application process is open until September 2nd, beginning today, for bona fide farmers who suffered qualifying agricultural losses from Typhoon Bobby. And so the money covers only the costs towards what you've put into growing your crops, right? So only the money that they already put into growing those crops, such as seeds, fertilizer, and eligible production expenses. And so this, again, is to help farmers recover from Bobby and keep our agriculture and food supply going. And so if you're a bona fide Guam farmer who lost crops during Typhoon Bobby, you can apply between now and September 2nd to recover some of the money that you invested in producing your crops. To apply for the Typhoon Bobby Crop Loss Compensation Program, farmers need to submit their applications in person during regular business hours at Department of Agriculture's Agricultural Development Services Division in Manilao. You must, again, be a current bona fide farmer registered with DOAG. Your required farm reports must be up to date. You need to provide receipts showing what you actually spent on agricultural inputs, such as eligible seeds, fertilizers, supplies, and other costs associated with growing your crops. And again, the deadline is September 2nd. And so you can call 671-300-7973. 671-300-7973 or 7968. Applications also can be found on the Guam Department of Agriculture's website. And so, again, for bona fide farmers in Guam, you can find the applications. It's available now on the Department of Agriculture's website. And the window of opportunity is now until September 2nd. And that was something that they were also arguing, or not arguing, because there wasn't much of an argument, amendment to the bill that the governor sent down to set aside money for the recovery of Typhoon Bobby. And part of that, the legislature, Senator Joe San Augustine, along with a number of amendments from multiple senators to support more money going straight to these farmers, these bona fide farmers, right? And so understanding that every program has to have like an administrative cost. And so I remember even Senator Shango Matauta was concerned that not enough money was going to farmers. And so they wanted to make sure the $2 million that they appropriated in amendments would go directly to farmers. Because to be honest with you, I think that that's the right thing to do anyways. The program already exists. There's already administrative costs that have been put into at least for all of fiscal year 2026. So just to make sure that the whatever money you are putting into the program, just say that this will be for farmers, the entire $2 million. And so none of the senators had a problem with that. And then understanding that that's just for the recovery of Typhoon Bobby. Some of the other things too, obviously the legislature was, they started their August session
already
this morning. Yeah. So they're doing a couple things. So they haven't passed the budget bill
from the governor.
Okay. It seems like they got an appetite though. The majority of senators have the appetite that things are looking good. I haven't looked at the legislature now, but that's what they're going back into session for, to vote on what the governor sent down to them, right? And so we should have a budget passed by the legislature and then sent back to the governor very soon. But the legislature was starting to introduce new bills. And so they've recessed that, and they'll go back to the August session tomorrow morning. So that's kind of what I was able to watch also this morning. And they recessed around lunchtime. Also, Gura is spending about $401,000 to renovate 7 vacant public housing units around Guam. And so these aren't new homes. They're older public housing units, some dating back to the 1960s. And so they need repairs and upgrades, right? And so the $401,000 is divided between 2 construction companies. One, the Guam Evergreen Construction. That's $173,000 for 3 units, one in Asin, one in Agana Heights, and one in Totu. And then their O Construction. That's for 4 units. One in Talafofu, 2 at GH100 Affordable Housing Development, and then one in Malesu. And so they're not minor repairs either. This is depending on the unit. The work includes new flooring, painting, termite treatment, kitchen and bathroom repairs.
Maybe even some structural stuff too as well.
Right?
Windows and piping.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so, this is good. I was kind of hoping that they were going to work on expanding the housing for Guma Tranquilidad. And so, I don't know how they can do that. I know the conversation was always, can we build up? But the argument at the time, and this was years ago, was they love, you're talking about senior citizens. What would they rather have? They would rather be on the first floor, right? They want to enjoy living right there on the ocean front and just living their golden years there. But when you're looking at how many more you can add there, because I'm told that there is a waiting list to live at Guma Tranquilidad, right?
There is.
And so how do we get more of our Manumku?
No, you build up, but a lot of those people, I remember the story. I believe at the time, Gura, then Defuntu Ray Tapasnia, was looking at it to build up. And a lot of the residents there were like, no, yeah, they were going to temporarily house them somewhere and then bring them in after it was done. I don't know how many floors the building was going to be. They wanted to make it like some sort of like condo type thing.
I haven't been down there in a while, but is there? Yeah, I remember going down there for field trips, right? And it was interesting too, because we would go down there and we would help farm and help clean up as children, as elementary school students.
Yeah.
You know, and help clean up, and said, this is for, you know, the Manamku. These are for your grandparents. And I'm looking around like, not my grandparents, but still, it was for a good cause. But I mean, when you are thinking about it, my parents are getting up in age too.
Yeah.
And from my understanding, it's low cost housing for Manamku, right? So, I mean, I'm also looking at St. Dominic's as well, and that I think there's also a waiting list there. But I don't know. I think they should address Guma Tranquilidad again, or another area.
Well, you know, I mean, I think the approach that they had the last time was they just sent out a letter. I think they really have to sit down with the residents that are there. I mean, just have, you know, bring everybody in and say, okay, guys, here's the situation. This is what we're going to do. And whether they go for it or not. I mean, but it was really big time in the news at the time, and a lot of them came out, the tenants.
So it looks like there's 4 units at Guma Tranquilidad and Tumon, but that project hasn't moved forward yet. And so Gura had to cancel the invitation for bids and redo the paperwork because the bid package didn't meet all of the USDA's requirements. And so that's important because Guma Tranquilidad was originally built using the USDA loan. So USDA has to approve the bid documents before Gura can put the project out for bidding and award a contract. And so they're saying the renovation itself has not been canceled, but the problem was with the bid package, which needs to be corrected and then resubmitted. Somebody's on the line?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
We got line 2.
Hafade, Wave 105, you're on the air.
Hey, how you doing, Pauly Suba?
Kaduku! How's your weekend, friend?
My weekend was excellent.
Yeah.
It was just that mighty Guam is hot.
It sure is.
Anyway, I always swing by the church before I head back home. I'm here now. Who knows? Maybe that church bell is going to speak again. Because what I got to say is we the people, for the people, by the people. Teresa Lars being the parish governor and lieutenant governor. And that's all I got. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I'm here at the church now. I'm on my way back home, and I do it every day, man, just to keep healthy and young, even in the hot sun. And let me tell you, it's mighty out there. And like they always say, when you see something, say something. And I've been trying to say it, and maybe someone's going to see something and open up a door for me, because when they open up that door for me, then I can show them what I'm all about. And what I talk about is no talk story, man. What I talk about is real. And all they got to do is listen to that kaduku, because sometimes you can learn a lot from a kaduku. Anyway, Pauly Suba, you and Ryan, I'm glad you guys are there to watch our back, too. And you guys take care and have a nice week.
Oh, you too.
Thank
you
you so
sir.
much.
All right. Appreciate you. 2:29 in the afternoon. Yeah, when I'm looking at the articles that are coming out, a lot of it has to do with capital improvements, whether it's a school. You know, I mean, look at what happened with Teason High, right? They had to close things down, and now they're trying to who is responsible?
Yeah. I know that Senator Jess and Senator Vince.
Southern High.
Yeah.
But even that, even Southern High needs some repairs.
Yeah, and they're trying to get the military to help them out. Yeah, so
Well, the National Guard right now is over at GMH. They've been doing excellent work. helping with the repairs over at GMH. But you're looking at GMH, you're looking at Southern Height. GW is going to also need some improvements too. I mean, Guma Tranquilidad and a number of these Gura units. And so these are not new units. These are current units that need repairs. And not just like minor repairs.
You know what I would like to see for all the current candidates running for the legislature, and maybe even whoever becomes governor, right? I would like to see a bill, and I would like to see everybody back this bill in regards to a hospice / retirement home. I mean, we're talking about Guma Kildat, and that right there would get my attention. That would get my vote pretty much. Simply because we're taking care of our manuncles.
Yeah, for sure. And so when I look at facilities across the board, from Jigo to Malesu, government facilities, we look back, well, when were they built? Like in the 50s, after 60s. The war. We're starting to develop the island. But what we haven't been doing is we haven't been maintaining them properly. And what we do, we'll have like some of these temporary buildings, typhoon buildings that were just set there because of after a typhoon. But those were the classrooms that I was in, and they're still there. And Ocean View Middle School, I remember they started building all of these classrooms off to the side. And so that was going to help with the increase of the population. Those buildings now, and I went to it when we were checking out the primary election, they are in the jungle. The jungle has taken over those buildings. So they don't even use them anymore.
Yeah.
Hafade, Way 105, you're on the air. Hello there.
Hello?
Joe Maulik. Hafade, senor.
How's everything?
It's no complaints.
What did you do on the weekend?
What did we do? A whole lot of yard work. I was able to find a window to do some work outside, get some things done, because it has been difficult with all of the rain. But I was able to find a good amount of time to get stuff done. And then obviously just relax, spend time with the family, enjoy each other's company.
That's good.
Yeah. I hear your baby chickens. Your
pasitos. No, Friday I was going to call you up, but I was busy. You know me. The DOD pickup trucks, how's the horn several times, and I didn't know to send away for them.
Uh-huh.
To the former NASA station.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. They've been seeing me every now and then.
Yeah.
NASA.
They already removed. They removed the Cessna already, right? Or is it still there?
I don't know, because I was too busy. I had a flat tire.
Oh no.
Yeah, and I called Richard. You know Richard. I called him to change my tire.
Nice.
But that's my problem. Is I was down at Ipan, and I know it was, my rear tire is getting flat, so instead of getting to the gas station and fueling it up there, it was fast, and I just immediately drive up to Ivan's house and park it. I called Richard, can you come and change my tires?
Did you have it repaired already, or were you able to repair the tire?
He put on the spare tire. Tomorrow he's going to have the original.
Okay.
Fixed up tomorrow, so.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good, senor.
Yeah, it's good to have a backup unit, right?
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. You want me to let you go now? Well,
no.
What is your... So earlier when we started the show, we were talking about the realignment that is happening, reorganizing of GPD. That's not new, right? I mean, you've been assigned to so many divisions throughout your GPD career, right? This happens all the time.
I was informed about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, my nephew was transferred, my niece.
Okay. Are they not happy?
My nephew is down at Matapang area.
Okay. And so...
on Delta unit.
But that's normal, right? I mean, the reorganizing and the shuffling of officers to go to different divisions, that's normal, right?
It is normal. Yeah. Like every 4 months.
Oh, every 4 months? That's
rotation.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was that.
They call that rotation.
Right. I didn't know it was that frequent. I thought maybe every 2 years.
They have to rotate because some of the guys that are staying too long in one area.
Yes. Yeah.
They get lazy.
Yes. You said it. You said it, sir.
Oh, man. 25 years of experience.
Yeah. Hey, senor.
I told her that the detective unit, you get promotion fast.
Right.
Because the more experience you have in another section, the faster you get promoted, at least with PO2.
Yeah. Hey, senor, I have guests that are coming in because we are going to learn more about the Frozen Broadway theater show that's coming up in September. And so I got to take this break and make sure that everybody's ready to go. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'll listen.
Okay, senor.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, Joe Malik.
Adios. 2:37 in the afternoon. Let's take this break. Yeah, we should be getting our friends from the Guam Philharmonic Foundation and also the Guam World Theater Productions. They're putting together another Broadway show, right?
Nice.
And so this is Frozen. Yes, the Disney Frozen that you all know about. So we'll get them into the studio real soon. This is Wave 105.
Conversations, your station, Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup or delivery. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Everyone has savings goals. Whatever you're saving for, Bank of Hawaii wants to help you reach your possible. That's why with our Bank Ohana 12-month CD special, you can earn 3.4% annual percentage yield with a minimum deposit of $5,000 from another bank. Requires a Bank Ohana checking account with an opening deposit of $500. So reach your savings goals with our 12-month CD special.
Anything's possible.
Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. For terms and conditions, go to boh.com/CD special.
Hafaday, Guam! The Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association invites you to the Fair Trade Show, Guam's premier hospitality and food service event. Join us August 19th and 20th at the Hyatt Regency Guam from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Experience hands-on training sessions and exciting culinary competitions featuring professionals, apprentices, and pastry talent. Discover new products, connect with suppliers, and celebrate Guam's hospitality industry. Don't miss Fair 2026. Visit GHRA.org for details.
Off a day. I'm Clint Rigel, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Clint Rigel, and I approve this message.
Tourism is our number one industry. As Guam's largest employer, tourism supports more than 15,000 jobs. In fact, 1 out of every 5 jobs is tourism related. Annually, tourism generates over $163 million in tax revenue. Without it, every household would pay an additional $3,700 per year. From real estate to retail, tourism has a positive impact on every industry, helping make Guam a better place to live, work, and visit. Support tourism. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, celebrating over 55 years of tourism.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825 extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic, our island, your clinic.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
Balanced, fair, thoughtful. Wave 105 FM.
Back to the show. This is the Bright Side right here on Wave 105. Thank you for tuning in. Be a part of the talk of the island. Give us a call, 671-922-1051 or 2. Standing by, Mr. Pauly Suba. Buenas.
Okay, so we are going to get our friends, but at 3.
Okay.
And so we had some performers that were here, but they were on the Power 98 side.
Yeah.
And so we're getting a whole new set of performers.
Oh, wow.
So I was a little worried because I saw them sitting outside on the couch, and I didn't want them to have to wait if they weren't coming on ours. So I see how it all is going. They're very busy, you know?
Yes.
Right? I mean, I imagine they're probably going back to rehearse.
How many in the cast?
There's a lot.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know. I'll ask. Well, I'll ask. That'll be one of the questions that we ask them. Hayden is coming on. Hayden is one of the performers. Taylor is Hayden's mom, and Taylor actually has always had, I've had a conversation with them before. Taylor always had the theater bug, but it was actually her daughter that finally had this opportunity. These opportunities are rare here in Guam, unless you join like Gate or something, right? Gate Theater.
You know, I actually took part in a play, right? So my first cousin, Rodney, Rod he was working for AK, right? And they were doing, it was their 75th anniversary. And so what they did was, AK at the time, they wanted to like redo the history from the early 1905, 1912, all the way up to 75 years. And so I ended up, but they wanted to do something different. Instead of hiring like Skip, to do the whole, history, they said, no, let's get the employees, right, and their families. So my cousin asked me.
There you go.
My cousin asked me, it's like, hey, man, you want to join? I'm like, whatever. I mean, I'm like, we did the chorus line, one singular sensation. Did that whole shebang, man.
Yeah.
And the director at the time was Benji Diola.
Yes.
Now, if you know who Benji is, okay.
Yes.
This is the guy that will yell
Watch
at
for
you,
chairs.
watch for chairs and everything. But man, you'll start out as not even a person with any experience.
Right.
And by the time he's done with you, you're
Right.
ready for, Radio City Music Hall in New York.
Right. Absolutely.
And so it was him, and then they did bring in some kids from Skip. Marsha Damian, my good friend, was a part of it, but it was the first time that I ever met Jerry Yingling. I was like 15 years old because Jerry at the time was running 3M, one of the departments or the divisions in AK. And my cousin, he was my cousin's boss and everything. And so, yeah, he was there. I mean, even down to when Captain Glass came, I mean, he had the whole beard and everything. And so, so this thing right now with Frozen, I just keep thinking, I'm like, man, jeez, can I still do it?
Yeah, you can. They're always looking for more, whether it's on stage or even backstage.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of times that's where the parents, especially like the theater dads, go, right? They help out.
Is that like, the dialogue, is it like straight up, or is it like, Shakespeare-ish and Game of Thrones type deal?
Can be. I was so
to
impressed.
Be or not to be.
I was so impressed with their Lion King Jr.
Okay.
Theater production. I was blown away. It was fantastic. And what makes it even cooler, I think, is because those people on stage. Like, don't get me wrong, I've never been to Broadway, and I can only imagine how...
Not a Radio City Music Hall?
No, I've never been.
Yeah,
You've been?
Yeah, I saw the Rockettes.
See?
Yeah, man, it was an awesome
I'm
show.
sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure it is, or was, right? We went to Vegas, and I think we went into like the
Carnegie Hall,
the Temu version of Cirque du Soleil or whatever, right? It definitely was not
Circus Olay.
Yeah, it definitely was not the Cirque du Soleil, whatever the name is, the very famous Las Vegas show with the acrobats and all of that. We didn't even go to that one, and I was super impressed. I think we went and saw like some random Elvis impersonator, and I was impressed. And so
I ran into Chewbacca when I was in Vegas.
Yeah. So these shows in Vegas are obviously top tier, right? I mean, that's people go for, 5-star performances. But nothing beats though you're watching your own kid.
Yeah.
Performing and thriving on stage, doing something that they love, right? Nothing beats your nephew or your niece or your godchild that, you heard that they're doing something, but you don't really know what exactly until it comes time for the day that you bought tickets to support.
Yeah.
And sometimes it just starts like that. You're like, yeah, I'm going to support my godchild. I'm going to support my niece, right?
Oh, man, every Christmas play,
right?
Down at Mount Carmel when my daughter was going there, I attended every single one.
Yeah.
I mean, and mind you, she got there when she was like 4th, 5th grade, all the way up to through 8, and their Christmas plays, their veterans, their Chamorro month, everything. Just to see my daughter sing in her band and everything, because she was always lead singer.
There you go.
So I was like, psh,
heck yeah.
And I started digging it. I was like, all right, man,
Yeah.
This is cool.
And so what I noticed is the parents really, they get involved, whether it's something as simple as just, managing the parking lot and whatnot, or assisting as the, the person that's just making sure that everybody gets to their seats on time, right? Or you are actually backstage and assisting, or on stage, and some of them end up performing too with their children or with their godchildren or grandchildren as well, because they start to really, they get the theater bug. And so that's this mother-daughter combination that we're going to get when they come in. I believe they're here, but when we take the break, I'll go downstairs and bring them up. But I was just floored watching all of the ones that I've already watched with the World Theater Productions. Lion King Jr. just blew me away. They had all of their lines taken care of. It was better than watching the Lion King movie itself. I was so floored because the singing was on point and the performance was on point. They went all out on even their costumes. I mean, I've seen some highlights of Broadway, Lion King on Broadway with all of those costumes, and that's super top tier, and those costumes look extremely expensive, but you didn't even need to do that.
Yeah.
And it still drew you in.
Have they ever done Beauty and the Beast?
Yeah. They've
Really?
also done Beauty and the Beast.
Did they
that
do
one
the
was
Gaston song?
Yes.
Yo,
Yeah.
fight like
Yes.
Gaston.
That was my favorite one. Yeah, they absolutely did Beauty and the Beast a couple years back.
Nice, man. Is it on YouTube somewhere?
I don't know. I don't think they film it.
Uh-huh.
I could be wrong, but it's always not trying to, but nothing beats you being, watching live. They have a few throughout the day, usually the weekend and whatnot. So, I mean, I know that this is
everything
their next
live.
performance.
When I was in New York, I saw the Rockettes at the Radio City Music Hall, and then I believe it was at Madison Square Gardens. I saw Pentatonics.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I was there for in New York for about probably 8 days. Every day was something new for me, and it was Christmas time, so but just that live feeling, I get it. Something because when I'm watching the same Rockette show that I watched live on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Just to see if they had it. I'm like, I was happy that I saw it. I was like, I was actually there, but man, it wasn't that same feel to actually, and me remembering how I felt watching it live.
Yeah.
I can only imagine. So
Have you watched Carrera?
Carrera.
So good.
No.
It's at Sandcastle right now.
No, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And these are local performers too. The whole show is fantastic. I'm also impressed with that show, and that's here. What they did over at Sandcastle too, it's stadium seating now.
Yeah.
They don't have the dinner tables anymore.
They don't?
No.
Wow.
But it's
okay.
super impressive. The stage, the lighting, and all of that. It's as though I was in Vegas, and the sound is so good. You've got these glass walls on the left and the right side where some of the actors start to come out off to the side. They utilize the entire stage area, so there are sections that pop out and actors are sticking their heads out and their bodies out, half of their bodies out. You have these invasive frogs that are part of the show, because we don't have frogs. I mean, we have frogs here in Guam, but they're invasive, right? So I feel like they got these giant invasive frogs to be part of their show, and they're walking upside down from one end of the stage to the other, and it's so cool. And they engage with the audience. Those invasive frogs come out and high three you because they only have 3 fingers. So
nice.
I thought, and so WTP used the Sandcastle stage for their Dare to Dream, and I was so impressed with that performance. That's their latest one or their last one. I believe this one for Frozen, they're going to be back at the UOG Fieldhouse. Yeah.
Nice.
So, again, that's who we got, who we will be talking to, Hayden and Taylor. Taylor, it's a mother-daughter combination that they both now have they officially have the theater bug. And so it's cool to see, how, families come together and they get to do this themselves or as a family. Senator, like you were saying, Senator Vince Bora and Senator Jesse, right? They're asking the U.S. Navy and the Guam National Guard for help at Southern High School because, again, they're worried that conditions there could eventually lead to that school closing. So, I mean, we have a number of issues that we're dealing with the government-wide infrastructure or government-wide facilities that we have to really take inventory of and see how we can take care of that.
What
because
I wanna know
we
is-
can't just they can't all start crumbling all at the same time. We clearly cannot afford repairing all of them
That leads me to
all
my
at
question.
once.
Everybody knew that the schools were going to be open. The last day of school, the next day, they should have been out. They should have been out because they had 2.5 months, and we've talked about this. Okay, wait, I'm hoping that everything will be okay, but how did they even open up the schools, and only now they're finding out?
Well, part of it has a lot to do with the way that they have spread out the health inspections.
Mhm.
So not all health inspections expire at the end of the school year,
Mhm.
and then you have to get inspected before the school year starts.
Mhm.
They spread them out throughout the year. So the thing with Teasin was, remember when Senator Vince Bora said, I got together with Cortec, we got
Yeah.
together with all the faculty and staff, and we're prepared to do whatever we need to do so it passes its health inspection. And then guess what? The next day, surprise health inspection. And they failed. And so that health inspection, there was a date for that inspection, but they came early. And so, I mean, I'm not making excuses. It should have been ready before day one.
Yeah.
However, a lot of that has to do, again, with your opening because you have a valid health inspection, and it does not expire until a certain date. And so what they do is they've asked even, can we spread them out, right? So that way we're not overwhelmed. That way we're able to work on one school and then the next school and the next school throughout the whole school year.
Well,
but look at what happened. It hurt them because that was just too close to the school year. And a lot, it was very ambitious, right? There was a huge punch list of things that needed to happen for Teasin High, just for Teasin High to go in. And then they said, no more double session. Let's put 2 schools into the same facility. And you heard Jason last week, Friday, what they did. They worked really hard to get the school open and divide the 2 schools, the 2 populations. And so they had a number of things that they wanted to do, working, over throughout the weekends, working late nights and whatnot, right? To divide the 2 populations. And so it was very ambitious. And so, the worst part is, or what worst case scenario is, if Southern High also falls in that same state. Somebody else on the line?
Yeah, we have Genesis Babalta who
Okay.
wants to take part in this discussion.
Hafaday, Genesis.
Hi, Pauly. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I just had your friend here. I think you're like her chauffeur.
Yes.
Yeah.
I am her chauffeur. She doesn't make me drive her around.
Nice. What's going on, man?
I wanted to ask you, what do you think about the Sanchez and Tizan? I've been trying to follow the show, but I think I always miss a little bit of it. I want to know, what's your opinion on it?
Well,
who do you think would be, I don't want to say at fault, but there's been some mishaps within.
Well, at this point, I mean, everybody just needs to take responsibility. I think so. I think it's everybody's responsibility at this point. We've gone too far, right? I think everybody has to do whatever we can to support these two communities. And I'm talking about the board, GDOE leadership, I'm talking about the governor, the legislature, the mayors. Everybody has to do whatever we can like we did with Mawar, right?
Yeah.
And the governor said, hey, if you want to give me authority over these schools, I'll get it done. And then the legislature said, no, that's too much authority. And so what happened was the governor still got together with the GPAs and the GWAs, and even Gura got involved, and they all came to help the schools reopen, because ultimately they are all, they're all students of this community. And so I'm still wondering why we're not taking that approach. And it's almost like it's, the packets and you come in and you pick up your grab and go lunch is the solution. And so for how much longer are we going to make that? Is that going to be the reality? But at this point, it's not even about who dropped the ball anymore. It's about who's willing to pick it up, and let's just get it done.
Yeah. I wonder, what do you think about GDOE going back under the government? I just had a show the other day, my Lunch with Leaders episode, and I was talking with some of the candidates. I was asking them about their opinion on putting GDOE back under the governor's purview. What do you think about that?
Well, I've been listening, right? KGUM FM and Deredo Guam. I think they have to have a deeper conversation with all the stakeholders, include like a town hall meeting with so many people, including retired teachers, because those retired teachers, they have institutional knowledge. They were teachers when it was under the governor's purview, and they'll say that it was a political dumping ground. Are you familiar with political dumping ground?
That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, do you really want, people that have no idea what it means to be an educator in GDOE?
No, exactly.
Yeah. I got to run, though, Genesis, because our friends
I just wanted to, I was listening to you talking. I was like, I just want to ask about this, but I was happy I was catch at the nip of it.
Well, I'm actually curious what you think, right? So maybe after this, I'll set something up, and you can either come in or we can have this conversation, even deeper conversation, because I'm actually more interested in the people that are being affected by it daily, right?
Yeah, I would love to. I always enjoy talking to you.
All right, Genesis, you take care.
Okay, you have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
All right. 302, I didn't mean to end that conversation short, because that's a conversation that I really would love to have. But our friends from World Theater Production have been waiting, and I don't want to have them wait too much longer, right? So we're going to get the AP News, and then on the other side, it's Taylor and Hayden from World Theater Productions right here on Wave 105.
Have been wounded in a shooting.
AP News for Friday, August 14th. I'm Ben Thomas. Talks to end the Iran war appear stalled, but the circle of countries getting involved in diplomatic efforts is widening. After talks this week with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the foreign ministers of Austria and Greece both held calls with Iran's foreign minister. Meanwhile, speaking at a police academy in New York Friday, President Trump had this.
So, for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember, you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have... A country, really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's... I'll never apologize. I did the right thing.
AAA put the national average for gas just below $4.08 per gallon Friday. Meantime, the president downplayed concerns about mental health and supply issues aboard the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln. It's in the Middle East supporting U.S. operations against Iran, and it's been at sea for nearly 9 months. Trump telling reporters,
"Not nearly long enough."
The USS George Washington is on its way from the Pacific to relieve the Lincoln. In other news, Luigi Mangioni's pleaded guilty to federal stalking charges in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. U.S. Attorney Jamie McDonald.
The result achieved today now allows our office to seek the maximum penalty allowed
life imprisonment.
Mangioni's lawyers are now seeking to dismiss a separate New York State murder case on double jeopardy grounds. Defense attorney Karen Friedman Agnifilo.
New York law does not permit a person to be prosecuted and punished twice for the exact same crime under a statute that governs successive prosecutions.
And in Indonesia, a magnitude 7.7 earthquake struck off the coast in the Flores region early Saturday. This is AP News. A story about a cabinet.
The Hoosier cabinet is an all-in-one kitchen that was once a mainstay in early 20th century American homes. They're no longer in fashion, but a town in northern Indiana is celebrating the cabinet's place in history with the display of a really giant one. It's a 30-foot-tall model of a Dutch kitchenette in the town of Napanee, and it celebrates Koppes Napanee, one of two companies still in existence that manufactured the Hoosier cabinet more than a century ago. Wesley Mast, company owner.
When people walk up and see the big cabinet, it seems like we get two extremes on the responses. There's the one extreme where people are like, why? Like, why such a big cabinet? This was kind of the first piece of furniture that went into the house as a kitchen and was considered all in one, the kitchen itself in just one piece.
And Koppes Napanee is 150 years old this year. I'm Donna Warder.
The latest through the weekend at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
You're listening to KGUM-FM Dedido, Wave 105.1 FM, the Talk of Guam, a proud Glimpses Media radio station.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup or delivery. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, We Deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Tourism, it's our number one industry. As Guam's largest employer, tourism supports more than 50,000 jobs. In fact, 1 out of every 5 jobs is tourism related. Annually, tourism generates over $163 million in tax revenue. Without it, every household would pay an additional $3,700 per year. From real estate to retail, tourism has a positive impact on every industry, helping make Guam a better place to live, work, and visit. Support tourism. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, celebrating over 55 years of tourism.
Half a day. I'm Clint Rigel, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Clint Rigel, and I approve this message.
Everyone has savings goals. Whatever you're saving for, Bank of Hawaii wants to help you reach your possible. That's why with our Bank Ohana 12-month CD special, you can earn 3.4% annual percentage yield with a minimum deposit of $5,000 from another bank. Requires a Bank Ohana checking account with an opening deposit of $500. So reach your savings goals with our 12-month CD special.
Anything's possible.
Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. For terms and conditions, go to boh.com/CD special.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling? Or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825, extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic. Our island, your clinic.
Half a day. I'm Callan Perez, and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perez and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Callan Perez, and I approve this message.
Wave 105, keeping Guam informed, inspired, and in the conversation. Glimpses Media.
welcome back to the show. 3:08 in the afternoon. Thanks for tuning in. This is the Bright Side right here on Wave 105. Standing by, Mr. Pauly Suba. Buenas.
We do want to thank our sponsors, and that's GTA. We start with you, Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Micro Pack for sound tech and everything in between. Think Micro Pack. Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh. And Triple J. It's big deals on big whales at Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail and drive home a new Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. And so hanging out with us now, like we've been sharing in the last hour, our friends from Frozen Jr. World Theater Productions are putting together another event, and this time it's over at the Yogi Calvo Fieldhouse. And so the mother-daughter tandem. Yes. Taylor and Hayden, half a day. Thanks for coming back.
Half a day. Thank you for having us again.
Thank you.
Yeah, Hayden, you're now in middle school? That's
Yes.
crazy. So you have been performing now since what? 3rd grade?
Yeah.
Yeah, right? Second grade.
Summer going into 3rd grade.
Yeah. How excited are we about Frozen? Because this is not Frozen Junior.
No,
Yeah.
This is Frozen,
Yeah.
the Broadway
Right.
musical.
Yes.
I'm pretty excited.
Yeah. And so you're an Elsa?
I'm a young Elsa.
A young Elsa. Okay. How many Elsas are there in the Broadway theater? How many age groups are there?
We have a young Elsa, a middle Elsa,
Okay.
and then adult Elsa.
And so you're the young Elsa. So there's going to be 2 other Elsas that you grow into. Nice. Okay. And so I was sharing with our audience that not only is Hayden in these productions, but you are too.
Yes.
Yeah. And so I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, I remember when you were talking about how this is something that you always wanted to do
Yes.
as a kid, right? But we don't have the same kind of opportunities now
Yeah.
that World Theater Productions provides, right?
Mhm.
And so what does it mean to see that your daughter has not just the opportunity, but for you and your daughter to do something that you absolutely love?
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Being allowed to share the space with her
Yeah.
and the stage with her, and then just seeing her grow through all of this. So
Yeah.
it's awesome.
And Hayden, what does it mean for you to have this kind of opportunity?
I'm really glad.
Yeah.
I've loved musical theater since I was I think 1st grade, 2nd grade.
Uh-huh.
I think we had a field trip to watch Little Shop of Horrors,
Okay.
and I just fell in love with musical theater from there.
Very cool. And so Taylor, if you can remind me, why was it important to get involved? More so your daughter, but now, obviously you probably didn't realize how involved you're going to get. You're going to get in, right? But that's what we see a lot. I mean, that was the same thing also for my daughter and then also for my boys when they joined a dance company, and that was Fusion. It's like, hey, my daughter wants to be a ballerina, and so let her take ballet classes. And then it turned into traveling. It turned into helping and being part of the production team too. And so, what does that all mean in the very beginning?
Well, it's really rewarding.
Yeah.
And so starting with WTP and Guam Philharmonic, we started with Lion King. And so we did a lot of behind the scenes, food committee, costuming. And so I did a lot of that with them. And then it came to the point in Jesus Christ Superstar that I was like, I think I want to try, And so it was actually the director then who I was like, I'm too old for this. And he's like, you're never too old. And so, I gave it a try, and he got mad at me, and he said, you need to audition the next musical we have. And so I did. And so I was able to share the stage with her for Jesus Christ Superstar, and now for our upcoming production, we'll be there together again.
And there are no small roles, right? I mean,
No.
when you're talking about Lion King Jr., what were some of the characters that you played? Because you played multiple, right?
Yes. I played as sorry.
You can actually put these on if you, so that way you can hear yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Go for it.
Sorry.
No worries. And then you'll know how close you are to the microphone. But her voice was fine.
Okay.
She was doing fine. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry. I think I'm okay.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. No worries.
So I played as a flamingo, a hyena, and a wildebeest.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And so, like watching now, you're one of the main characters, right? I mean, Elsa is frozen, right? The whole reason why the whole place is frozen is because Elsa gets upset, right? And doesn't realize that she has these kind of powers, yeah? And so, I mean, you're watching your daughter and you yourself, you're seeing within yourself through WTP and these performances that you are taking these huge steps forward in progression, right? And that, I think that's very cool.
Yeah.
And so, did you want to touch on your progression in theater and how you've seen yourself progress?
Sure, okay.
Yeah.
So, I started off by playing, I think it was a snake in the play Verdi.
Okay.
With Breaking Wave.
Yes, I remember.
And then I went with WTP and I did Lion King. I had a really, really fun experience. It was probably, I think, my favorite show so far.
Yeah.
And then I did Dare to Dream, which I had another lead role in, which was really fun too. I got to have my own moment. And then Jesus Christ Superstar was another pretty...
Jesus Christ Superstar.
Yeah.
It was really fun too. And now I'm here in Frozen and actually playing one of these roles that I've loved for a really long time.
Yeah, I imagine probably your whole life, right? Because now they're going to do I think they're going to do a third one,
3,
right? Yeah.
And she was 3 when it came out.
Wow. Yeah. Talk to me about just being part of the theater family. I mean, it has grown tremendously, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
We're double the cast.
Wow.
This time around.
We're at 120?
120?
Our biggest cast.
Is that so? That's how many cast members will be in Frozen? 120?
Yeah.
Wow.
So we have 2 different casts.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And so there's a couple days, right? We don't have all the dates yet lined up, or do we?
We do.
Okay.
We will be showing from September 4th through the 6th.
Yeah. And so how many per day? Because usually there's like a matinee, right?
Yes, yes.
What's up, Levi?
I have the breakdown somewhere here, but of course our weekends, there will normally be 2 shows.
Yeah.
And then Friday night, of course, is opening night. And then we have our school shows, which it's just for the schools.
Yeah.
And that's always the most fun one because the kids, they just get so excited.
I bet.
And I don't know, maybe that's why we ended up with 100-some cast members, from our school shows. Yeah.
Well, probably when they're seeing people their age, right? Like, hey, that's now something that I want to try out. And so talking to me about WTP and how inclusive they've become. I mean, watching not just Hayden, but now even yourself, right? On stage. That's not an opportunity that comes very often, and we don't have very many organizations such as WTP and Guam Philharmonic Foundation that open these kinds of doors here.
Yes.
Yeah. And so when you look at the totality of it, or the what they do, what they have been providing for families, can you share?
I mean, it's it's a big step for families.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you don't want to be on the stage, we have, you know, like I said before, we have costuming. If they just want to sing and they're stage fright, we have our pit choir, you know, and so there's something for everybody.
Right.
And how there's leads, and I know you mentioned there's no small parts, and we have our ensemble, and, you know, it takes every single one of us to make this show come alive.
Right.
And so everybody they work so hard, and it's just a group of very passionate people, you know, who love their kids and who want to see their kids do great, but also for this company to do great, and to be with them for the past 4 years, you know, and we plan to be with them for more, and it's just fun.
Yeah.
It's fun, and it's great to see everyone's hard work come alive, and to bring people to tears, you know, whether it's sad or happy tears. And we want everybody to feel our kana, and just to feel our hard work and our joy and how much we love this, and be able to share that with the island. And so I think that's my greatest thing with WTP and Guam Philharmonic, is allowing all of us to have this, you know. So we're blessed, and we're grateful to be part of this family, and a lot of work still to do, and it's going to be great.
How do you balance, Hayden? Now school has started. You're in middle school. You know, it has its own challenges, right? So how do you balance school life and also preparing to be Elsa?
Well, I try my best to, like, really balance. I try to go to bed early and, like, all that stuff to prepare.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I've just still, even if I do, like, everything to prepare, it still gets tiring.
Yeah, I bet. I bet it can. And so when you look at how many rehearsals are you doing throughout the weekend, yeah?
Oh, it's all week.
Yeah,
it's
all
crunch
week.
time.
Yeah. Do you have to go back after this?
Oh, yes.
For rehearsal?
Yes,
Okay.
we have rehearsal right
rehearsal
after
today.
this.
Okay,
And
nice.
of course, you know, as we get closer to the show, we have to fine tune everything, and we got to touch up and make sure everything is ready to present to the island, you know, and show all of our hard work. So we have rehearsal every day.
Yeah, well,
Every day up until
it shows.
showtime.
It really shows. I was blown away watching Lion King Jr., watching you, whether you were a flamingo or a hyena, right? Or some of these, they were literal grass.
And these kids work hard. They really, really do. And, you know,
Yes.
from a young age, to see them so driven and focused, you know, that you would think kids can't focus and can't
Right.
keep still, but you have some that are like, this is what I'm going to do. I got this. And so,
Right.
again, to have that space with them, with WTP, it's good to see them all get to
Yeah.
be themselves in that space.
And you're also having to balance it all too, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And so, I mean, Hayden, if you can share with us, I mean, I don't want to assume everybody knows Frozen, but through your eyes, through somebody like yourself, can you share what Frozen is all about? Can you give us the synopsis?
So Frozen is a movie, or, you know, in our case, a musical.
Yeah.
About a girl named Elsa. She has these powers that in the beginning she can't really control. As the story goes on, she learns to kind of control it, and she learns to
In your opinion, what's the essence of Frozen? Is it sisterhood? Is it?
It's like sisterly love.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, as you prepare, right, what do you say to others as well that are very interested in performing but haven't done this yet?
If you want to perform, you should really try it out. It's really, really fun. Sure, it's a lot of hard work, but if you want to do it, you got to put your mind to it and do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think even like when I watch from the parking lot, I'm either watching dads, help us get across the street, to moms and dads or grandpas at the ticket booth, right, to escorting us to our seats.
Concessions.
Yeah, there's so many different roles. And so even if you don't want to be on stage, there's always another way that you can assist and be part of it all. And so many different backgrounds too. And all coming together for this purpose, and you become like your own theater family too. And that's what I've noticed as well, just in the dance community, that I still have these relationships that are so close because of how much time I've spent with them, whether it's at rehearsals or even traveling, and their kids become, in a lot of ways, my kids. Yeah. And so it's very
all
special.
100 and some kids' names. Yeah.
Ryan, the question was, how many is the cast? You said 140?
Yeah.
140.
Including stagehands and all?
Nope.
No.
That's another 70 for crew.
Yes.
Yes.
That's a big production.
So it's going to be big.
Yeah. And so that's probably why UOG Cowell Fieldhouse is where you're doing it, right? Because
yes,
probably Sandcastle couldn't fit everybody.
Yep, we're back home, so we're glad to be back at UOG.
Yeah. I'm kind of torn because I really enjoyed the way the stage is.
Oh, of course.
I mean, the seating is over at Sandcastle, right?
It gives a different feel.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I love the lighting and all of that there. But UOG Cowell Fieldhouse can fit a whole lot more people, yeah? Is there anything else that you guys wanted to share? Because I know you're very busy and you need to get back to rehearsals.
No,
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Just come on out and come and watch. I'm pretty sure everyone knows what Frozen is. I know not a lot of people may have seen Frozen the musical. So it's a little bit different.
Okay.
And it's a good different.
Okay. But you're still going to have all the popular songs, right?
Of course.
Because we got to build a snowman.
Yes.
Right?
There's even more songs.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
So it's a lot. There's a lot of new, there's a lot of old, and there's something for everybody. And we just want everyone to enjoy a great show. Sweet. And just a shout out to our parents, because the parents are really the backbone. And,
For sure.
So everyone's working hard, from our cast, our parents, everybody, our management, and we can't wait to share this all with everyone.
Well, I already saw it on guamtime.net, so people can just pay attention to keep tracking guamtime.net, because eventually you'll be able to purchase your tickets on guamtime.net. Frozen, the Broadway musical, September 4th through the 6th, Friday to Sunday, over at the UOG Cowell Fieldhouse. And then as soon as we get the official word from Isaiah, we'll know exactly where there will be physical places to pick up tickets, and we'll even know the price. But all of that information is going to be provided very soon, maybe even before the show's over today at 6. So I'll track guamtime.net as well. Thanks, Taylor. Thanks, Hayden. I really appreciate you both coming in here. Thanks, Levi. He's such a good boy. He's such a good boy.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, you gave him milk, so he's good.
There you go.
Thank you again for having us, Pauly. It's good to be back.
And when is Levi gonna be on stage?
Hopefully soon, because he's in the shower singing all the Frozen songs and the dances, and we tried. But
I saw him with his godfather, his Nino, at Foot Locker, and I was like, "Are you ready to perform a Frozen?" And he said, "No."
Yeah, so we just call him our mascot. He's there all the time, but maybe eventually he'll catch the theater bug as well.
I'm sure he will. 3:29 in the afternoon. We'll take the break. Once again, I want to thank Taylor and Hayden for taking the time to be with us here on Wave 105. We cannot wait for the Frozen Broadway musical, the Disney Frozen, the Broadway musical, again from September 4th through the 6th at the University of Guam Cowell Fieldhouse. We'll take the break. This is Wave 105.
Do you wanna build a snowman? Come on, let's go and play. I never see you anymore. Come out the door, it's like you've gone away. We used to be best buddies, and now we're not. I wish you would tell me why. Do you want to build a snowman? It doesn't have to be a snowman. Okay, bye.
Community conversation starts here. Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup or delivery. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, We Deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Half a day, I'm Callan Perez, and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perez and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Callan Perez, and I approve this message.
First impressions start with a smile. Call the FHP Dental Clinic for quality dental care. Need a cleaning? Maybe a filling or another dental procedure? When you smile, everyone around you smiles. Now accepting new patients. Call 671-646-5825, extension 8562 for appointments. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. FHP Dental Clinic. Our island, your clinic.
3:31 in the afternoon, and right about now it's time for our first look at traffic as we help you move forward along with Guam Auto Spot. All right, I'm looking at the handy-dandy Wave 105 traffic app. All right, here we go. Let me see. If you are currently on Route 10A trying to get actually coming from Route 1 trying to get into Route 10A, you're going to feel some slow-going traffic. I see yellow/red lines, so that means it's slow going. If you're trying to get out of Route 10A, coming from the airport onto Route 1, you're going to feel some slow-going traffic on that intersection. All right, let's move up at the JFK intersection, headed up northbound. At that intersection, you're going to feel some congestion there because I see nothing but red lines going up northbound. Southbound, pretty much the same, but it's yellow, so that means it's currently building up and it's gonna be red pretty soon. So just be patient at that intersection. And if you're coming off Route 14A, coming from Tumon, trying to get onto Route 1, at that hill right in front of JFK, yeah, you're gonna feel some slow-going traffic there. That was a look at traffic, moving you forward along with Guam Auto Spot. Don't forget, you can check them out on their website at guamautospot.com. Check out their inventory. Give them a call. Set up a test drive. 478-671-478-AUTO. Going to take a short break. When we come back, more of the Bright Side right after this.
Everyone has savings goals. Whatever you're saving for, Bank of Hawaii wants to help you reach your possible. That's why with our Bank Ohana 12-month CD special, you can earn 3.4% annual percentage yield with a minimum deposit of $5,000 from another bank. Requires a Bank Ohana checking account with an opening deposit of $500. So reach your savings goals with our 12-month CD special.
Anything's possible.
Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. For terms and conditions, go to boh.com/CD special.
Half a day. I'm Clint Rigel, and I'm running for senator. If you're looking for proven, effective leadership, vote for me, and let's grow Guam together. I'm Clint Rigel, and I approve this message.
Tourism, it's our number one industry. As Guam's largest employer, tourism supports more than 15,000 jobs. In fact, 1 out of every 5 jobs is tourism related. Annually, tourism generates over $163 million in tax revenue. Without it, every household would pay an additional $3,700 per year. From real estate to retail, tourism has a positive impact on every industry, helping make Guam a better place to live, work, and visit. Support tourism. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, celebrating over 55 years of tourism.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs, to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Wave 105, keeping Guam informed, inspired, and in the conversation. Glimpses Media.
Back to the show, 3:35 in the afternoon. You want to be part of the discussion, give us a call, 671-922-1051 or 2. Phone lines are wide open. Talk to this gentleman right here, Mr. Pauly. Suba, buenas.
All right, welcome back. So, again, I was watching a couple of the, I was watching a good amount of this morning's session, right? And so, one of the debates was most of the bills that they were introducing, they weren't you didn't see too many disagreements, right? Bill 225, this is Senator Shango Matauta's bill.
Okay, what does this one do?
It basically breaks up the priorities for the qualifying certificate program. So under the bill, GITA would be told to make sure a portion of those required community investments is prioritized for public safety and emergency response, public health, public education, cultural preservation, and economic development and training. The bill doesn't set a specific dollar amount or percentage. GITA would still decide how much goes to each area. And so the main concern for Senator Shango Matauta is that Guam is encouraging more development, and so that looks like more hotels or high-rises and other large projects. But Guam Fire Department, their capabilities aren't necessarily growing with that development, right? They don't have those fire trucks with the ladders that go all the way up, right?
Yeah.
To where can assist during emergencies at these high rises. And so if Guam gives a hotel tax break to build in Tumon, that development could create a need for bigger fire trucks, more ambulances, water rescue equipment, and other emergency resources. So he's saying that the economic GITA that they should allow for some of these qualifying credits to go towards these kinds of equipment, specifically for Guam Fire Department. And so with this economic development, if we're to get that, how do we protect those developments and the people that are going to be utilizing them? And so it's no secret that GFD has aging and broken equipment, right? And so by its fiscal year 2027 request, GFD reportedly had 9 of 15 fire trucks working and only 7 ambulances in service and several rescue and hazmat vehicles that were old or out of service. And so Senator Shawnee saying that this QC money could help fill some of those equipment and training needs. So GITA already gives out this money. And so this isn't brand new, right? They already collect and distribute public investment money tied to these QCs. He said more than $2.6 million had been distributed through over 150 grants since 2020. But he said GFD received only about $50,000 between 2020 and 2025, roughly 2% of the money distributed during that period. So he's saying that we're already giving this money out, so let's make public safety one of the priorities. And so it's really just broadening the priorities. However, Senator Will Parkinson says that, and Senator Chris Barnett, saying there's a lot of restructuring happening. And if you're looking at some of, the equipment that is needed, essential equipment for GFD, why does it have to go through the QC? Why don't you just budget it through the normal way, through the taxes? And so that continues to be an argument, but it's becoming, I'll be honest, it's becoming less of an argument for less people. But I think things can shift. It can shift another way. And it can shift as soon as January, depending on who has the majority, right? As far as who will have the majority in the 39th Guam legislature. Because right now the majority is saying that we got to lower the BPT to 4%. Speaker Frank Bloss Jr. saying 0% of 5% is 0%. And so when you're trying to find a way to provide resources and services to the community, raising the BPT or lowering the BPT is a solution. But just listening to the conversation, it's not going to solve all of our problems. And that's something that we have to continue to address.
Yeah.
And part of it, too, is you can raise the BPT, you can lower the BPT, but if the economy continues to get worse, we're going to be in a worse predicament. If nobody wants to build here, if nobody wants to run their business here, if people continue to shut their businesses down, then we're going to lose even more jobs. But it depends on who you talk to be honest with you. Because Lester Carlson hasn't come back and said that, that the economy is doing terrible. Senator Chris Duenas is saying the economy is looking a lot better. And these are just optics. I'm not, this isn't, I don't have the numbers, but over the weekend I saw more visitors at a number of places. It was extremely busy. But at the same time, Senator Will Parkinson is saying that it is harder to stay, to live. And you'll have the conversations with family members too, as to why they can no longer live on the island, why they must leave. A lot of it has to do with just healthcare in general. It's just way too expensive.
Way too expensive.
And especially when you have children with special needs or just anybody with special needs. You don't want to leave, but you have to. You must leave. It's sometimes even a matter of life and death. Sometimes it's just the resources are not available. And so, a lot of it has to do with we are an island and that's just going to be the norm. We're just not going to have some of these resources. But we have to provide a standard. And we need to look at leaders that are going to address the lack of, and then we decide what is best. And I appreciate leaders that are not blind loyalists to a party, that are not rubber stamping. I appreciate some leaders that have the courage to go even up against their own party sometimes. I appreciate when they look at a bill and say, you know what, I'm going to vote this way, which is against my own party, because I feel it's the right thing to do. And it just so happens to be that the Republicans are the ones that are introducing the bill. And vice versa. Because who do you answer to? You don't answer to your party. You answer to the people of Guam. So, that's what I look for in my leaders. That's what I am going to be thinking about when I go to the poll. Not who wants the hospital in Manilao, or who doesn't want the hospital in Manilao.
Mm-hmm.
And every issue is supposed to be different. You should be voting on the merit of the issue, of the bill, not because this was sent down by a governor, therefore I must vote that way. That, to me, that's blind loyalty. That's rubber stamping.
Yeah, pretty much.
And some people might say, well, no, that's an obstructionist because you're not voting the way the party wants you to vote. Ay, ay, ay.
Well, my take on all of
We're never going to get where we want to be because we just keep following blindly.
I believe loyalty goes both ways, but on the bigger scheme of things, when it comes to loyalty, I would choose Guam over any party, in any given time, pretty much. Because, when you look at it, as much as you would like to see, we see a lot of career politicians, right? But, their time will come where they either do not get voted in or, they don't run. But guess what? We still have to live here in Guam. So do I want to be loyal to a party in terms of, because so-and-so is in office and everything, that's fine. But when they're not in office in 2, maybe even 5 years, 6 years that they're no longer in office, I still have to deal with the decisions the party made. Now, you could be all party loyalist and whatnot. That's fine. I get it. But for me, loyalty is a two-way street. You want me to be loyal, then be loyal to what matters to me the most. And that is a brighter future for the island, better schools, better health care, better public safety, just better daily living. Gosh, man, when you think about, 10 years ago, yes, granted inflation and everything, but, all of this that we're dealing with today, it was decided 5 years ago, 10 years ago, when they decided, okay, we're going to raise the BPT, we're going to lower the BPT, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And everybody always talks about the interests of the people. And that, on one hand, they're talking about the interests of the people, but on the other side, behind closed doors, hey, party loyalty, you have to be loyal to a fault. I'm like, come on, man, it's the 1-2 step of politics, right? There's been a recording that has been passed around over the weekend, and it was the Democrat Party, where
You can turn the camera on.
Where Senator Terlahi and Senator Sabina was meeting with the Democrat Party leaders, the village leaders and whatnot.
Was that recording supposed to get out?
No. No, it was, I think in the beginning somebody said, if you're recording, stop recording. And I'm like, okay, just listening. It was an hour long and it really got contentious. The governor and Therese, Senator Therese, they were going at it. I mean, they weren't cussing each other out, but they were trying to make their point across. And, of course, tensions got heated and whatnot. But my take is this. Senator Therese...
Was that a caucus?
I don't know. It was just a meeting that was conducted after the election to start the healing process, right?
To unite the party?
To unite the party. And my take on all of it is, does Therese need the Democratic Party to win Adelup? I believe so. And there are a lot of people there that, the feeling was like, look, for the last 8 years of Adelup under Lou, she was a thorn in the side. Everything that this administration wanted to do, she was the hindrance, pretty much. She was the...
You need 8 votes.
You need 8 votes.
You need 10 to override.
Yeah. And so...
that's unfair to put it on Therese.
Yeah, no. I mean, but,
And again, blind loyalty is not what we want from our leaders.
Yeah, and I think Teresa's... In Teresa's... Senator Teresa's case, she was basically saying, look, we disagree. That's nothing new. Where she wants to go, if there is a 1 lane or a 2 lane road going down south and everything, and then it comes to a break where it goes left or it goes right, I'm not gonna, if I feel that taking the right direction is the right thing to do for the island versus the left, then I'm going to do that.
At the end of the day, you got to be able to sleep at night.
Yeah.
You got to be good. You got to vote your conscience, not vote because the governor told me to vote.
Yeah. And I totally agree. I mean, Governor Lou did have her points, but Senator Therese did have her points. And I think there was one question from one of the people in the audience is like, if you become governor, are you going to continue the progress and that Governor Lou has done for the last 8 years in terms of the hospital, public safety, and whatnot? I think that was almost a gotcha moment, because if she had said yes, I would, they would have turned around and say, well, how come you didn't do it for the last 8 years? You see what I'm saying? So I don't know if it was a gotcha moment for the Democrat Party, or the people that just could care less. They don't like her, or I guess there are really, Lou loyalists that they just wanted to, serve her up on a silver platter that night. Either or, she's sticking by her principles. And if she feels that this way is the right way for Guam, I can't blame her. And but at the same time, the healing process does have to happen. I mean, when you look at the elections of the past, right, the Democrats, they tried, Madeline Berdallo tried running against Joe Ada with Ping Duenas, right? Carl Gutierrez tried to run, but they knew that the two names in the Democrat Party, you would never thought, Pauly, back in those days, you would have never thought that you would hear a Gutierrez-Berdallo ticket, because they were just so, entrenched at not liking each other. But Governor Carl knew that the only way to take Adelup is you have to combine these two powerhouse names and take the win.
No, I get it.
And certainly that's what happened. And so I think, Governor Lou and Senator Therese need to have a come to Jesus moment.
Well, if you're just looking at numbers, right?
Mm-hmm.
You combine Teresa's numbers with Josh's numbers with Joe's numbers, it's going to be very tough to beat Therese.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Extremely tough, right? And so the recording that I listened to, as soon as I heard they're calling us and I don't like it, I stopped listening.
Yeah.
Because I'm just like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, no, yeah.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
Because at that point, I'm just like,
It's no longer, right?
are you saying that you're going, what are they calling you for? For your loyalty or for your support?
And when you say they, you're talking about
the Republicans
other side,
for Tony and EJ.
But it was brought
Is
up.
Tony and EJ calling to get your support so they can get the numbers to win? That's what I'm just like, never mind. This is too this is disgusting. And so I don't want to listen to any more of it.
Well, I mean, at the same time, right, when I heard that portion that, in the recording, you got to think, right? Politics is all about addition, not subtraction. And
I get all of that.
But,
I totally get it. But guess what? Therese won.
Yes.
Therese is the Democrat choice, whether you like it or not. And so it shouldn't be, hey, you going to get behind us? No, are you going to get behind Therese?
Yeah.
Are you? Otherwise, never mind then. The Republicans have won already. Never mind. So you want, like, I'm not even, this is not an endorsement of anything, right? But I'm just saying, if you don't want the Republicans to win, you're going to have to get behind Therese.
And that's what Governor Lou said. Yeah.
So Governor Lou right now is the head of the Democrat Party, right? Because she's the governor. Well, guess what? Therese is the heir.
Yeah.
She is the heir. And so you should be asking, what is your agenda? What is your initiative? And like it or not, that's the agenda of the Democrat Party. And if you don't like it, you don't strong arm her and say, nope, that's not what we want to do.
They're calling us.
That's not what we want to do.
No, but you
don't strong arm her. It's reverse.
You're
you
right.
ask her. And then, to be honest with you, if you don't like her agenda, if you don't like her initiative, then that's that's your own conviction. That's your own moral code. That's what you take to the poll. But I don't agree with that at all, to say you need to carry the torch, or else I might respond to that phone call.
Well, my thing is, we've seen like so many kings and Prince, take over and everything, and like Prince Charles, is not the same as his mom, right? He has his own style of leadership, being the King of England now, right? And you're right. The torch is going to be passed. It's been passed the moment she won the election. She is currently the titular head of the Democratic Party. And again, if I was Senator Therese at the time, I'm like, look here, guys, I want, and Governor Lou said that, right? I want a Democrat majority. I want a Democrat, back in Adelup. But you're going to have, it's almost like, but you're stringing the carrot. You're going to have to, play by our rules. That, I mean, like, again, is it the party rules or the people of Guam? And that's where, I guess that's what you and I are agreeing on. Like, do we serve the party, or do we serve the people of Guam?
I agree with what you said, where you have to win over your party. You do, right? And I agree that those numbers, when you combine all three of the numbers, right, that you're going to be a tough party to beat. The Democrats will hold the administration. The Democrats will hold the administration. Right? So, again, Therese won your part. Won?
Yeah, no, because
she won.
No, on that
so
point, Pauly,
if you don't do that, then the other party is going to win the administration
on that point
with your votes. Which to me is like, what? Well, then why are you even a Democrat? Why are you even that? But
I'm just gonna say
that's not. I'm not part of the whole. I'm not part of all of that. That's kind of why I just want to just blow it all up and let's start over.
Yeah.
But I know that I'll be realistic, and I don't want to live in fantasy land. I know that there are very strong Democrats and very strong Republicans, and that's the way it is. However, we should not be afraid to just say it. Say it for everybody in the back too. Enough already.
Yeah, I'm just going to say
enough of this, and let's just do what is right.
I'm going to talk about the big elephant in the room here, or in that room.
KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
But again, the thing is, if it was all about party loyalty, if it was all about the party with the party people, then the only thing that should be important is not the personality that is in front of you. It's getting, like you said, a Democrat administration, getting a Democrat majority in the legislature.
That's the goal.
That
as your party.
As your party.
Not, if it's Therese, hell no.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What are we doing?
The difference between.
And I'm talking like I'm a Democrat, but I'm just saying, do you believe in the essence of a Democrat? Do you believe in assisting those that are vulnerable? Do you want to create more programs with the tax money to assist those that need it the most?
Yeah.
Then get behind Therese. Not Therese got to get behind you. We didn't vote for. Sorry, that's just what it is. Therese got the most votes.
Yep. And, again.
And I know, barely. Okay. Then combine all your numbers, and you will be a force to be reckoned with.
There was a survey that, remember that survey that you sent me and everything? If you look at the numbers, right, and I'm not putting too much credence on this, only because I don't know the group that did it. But if you look at the actual numbers of 460 some people that were surveyed, I believe the numbers were like Therese. I think it was Tony at 40%, and then Therese at I think like probably 29. But then then they had that 11% of undecided. That's the people right now that are like, I don't know if I want to go. But can you imagine if she got all that 11, then she surpassed Tony and EJ. If she was. But realistically, I don't think she can get all of Josh and Santina's votes. Likewise with Joe St. Augustine.
No,
I think the people that didn't show
No,
up,
but if there's a fracture and they're already saying that they're being called to go and answer the call to Ada and Calvo, and there's a very good chance that they'll respond positively to Ada and Calvo, then you've already lost.
The Republican in me is saying, hey, man, keep doing your thing. Yeah, whatever. Okay, what, you guys don't like Therese? All right, hey, cool. No problem. No skin off my back. That's the Republican in me. But the Democrat in me is like, y'all need to, figure this out and work it out. Because, again, there's blood in the water. And the sharks are coming.
Real quick before we take the break, because we do have to, I see a release from the governor's office. The allegations reported today involving State Historic Preservation Officer Patrick Lujan are serious and deeply concerning. Mr. Lujan has been placed on administrative leave effective immediately while the legal process moves forward. Carlotta Leon Guerrero will serve as acting State Historic Preservation Officer to ensure the work of the office continues without interruption. Every person is entitled to due process and the presumption of innocence. We will respect that process and allow law enforcement and the courts to do their work. I also recognize that this case will receive significant public attention, and that is to be expected. I want to use that attention to say something that I want to use that attention to say something directly to anyone in our community experiencing abuse or violence. You do not have to suffer in silence. Please reach out to someone you trust and seek help. There are people and organizations in Guam ready to help you find safety and support. Again, that's a statement from Governor Lou Leon Guerrero regarding the arrest of State Historic Preservation Officer Patrick Lujan. So we will take the break, get you your AP news, and then on the other side, we will get you another look at the roadways, helping you move forward. That's Guam Autospot. So we'll do that on the other side of these. Time for your AP News update right here on
AP News for Friday, August 14th. I'm Ben Thomas. Talks to end the Iran war appear stalled, but the circle of countries getting involved in diplomatic efforts is widening. After talks this week with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the foreign ministers of Austria and Greece both held calls with Iran's foreign minister. Meanwhile, speaking at a police academy in New York Friday, President Trump had this.
So, for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember, you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have... A country, really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's... I'll never apologize. I did the right thing.
AAA put the national average for gas just below $4.08 per gallon Friday. Meantime, the president downplayed concerns about mental health and supply issues aboard the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln. It's in the Middle East supporting U.S. operations against Iran, and it's been at sea for nearly 9 months. Trump telling reporters,
"Not nearly long enough."
The USS George Washington is on its way from the Pacific to relieve the Lincoln. In other news, Luigi Mangioni's pleaded guilty to federal stalking charges in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. U.S. Attorney Jamie McDonald.
The result achieved today now allows our office to seek the maximum penalty allowed, life imprisonment.
Mangioni's lawyers are now seeking to dismiss a separate New York State murder case on double jeopardy grounds. Defense attorney Karen Friedman Agnifilo.
New York law does not permit a person to be prosecuted and punished twice for the exact same crime under a statute that governs successive prosecutions.
And in Indonesia, a magnitude 7.7 earthquake struck off the coast in the Flores region early Saturday. This is AP News. A story about a cabinet.
The Hoosier cabinet is an all-in-one kitchen that was once a mainstay in early 20th century American homes. They're no longer in fashion, but a town in northern Indiana is celebrating the cabinet's place in history with the display of a really giant one. It's a 30-foot-tall model of a Dutch kitchenette in the town of Napanee, and it celebrates Koppes Napanee, one of 2 companies still in existence that manufactured the Hoosier cabinet more than a century ago. Wesley Mast, company owner.
When people walk up and see the big cabinet, it seems like we get 2 extremes on the responses. There's the one extreme where people are like, why? Like, why such a big cabinet? This was kind of the first piece of furniture that went into the house as a kitchen and was considered all in one, the kitchen itself in just one piece.
And Koppes Napanee is 150 years old this year. I'm Donna Warder.
The latest through the weekend at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
KGUM-FM, Dedido, the talk of Guam. This is Wave 105.1 FM, a Glimpses media radio station.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumont or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup or delivery. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
It's 4:07 in the afternoon. We are KGUM FM Dedido Guam. Thank you for tuning in. Wave 105, the bright side. Right about now, it's time to check the roads. Moving you forward along with Guam Autospot, standing by with the very latest on your daily commute, Mr. Pauly. Suba, join us.
All right, let's see. Let's check it out here. Handy dandy glimpses radio traffic app here. Seeing some delays heading down from Airport Road onto 1. Mile delays in the Capitol on Marine Corps Drive before you hit the Tomorrow Village Market, and then even after. It does kind of clear up for you by the time you get into Tamuning. Obviously, you still have the ITC intersection to deal with. Did you see over at the Tri?
Which one?
The
Barragata?
Tri intersection, yeah. It might be a quad intersection soon.
Really?
Yeah, they cleared it all up, but
That's
there's some
right.
cones.
Yeah.
And then there's like heavy equipment there that's
where
blocking.
Doug used to have his sign.
Yeah, Attorney General Doug Moreland, he moved his sign off to the side.
Okay.
And so I'm assuming they want to do that for the buses, right? The school buses?
I hope so. That would ease up traffic.
I hope so too, but it looks like they're going to have to do some work and level out that hill there.
Yeah.
Because it is a drop.
Hey, while they're at it, why don't they also work on that other exit right near the post office?
I think there's less leveling that you need to do because it's a pretty steep hill. It's a pretty steep hill going up and coming down, and I can only worst case scenario is one of those buses break their chassis trying to come down that hill, making a left turn or even a right.
You can get stuck.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like.
And there's no piping there, right?
No, there's no piping, but it is a steep hill.
Okay.
And so it's almost like I wouldn't say a 90-degree angle, but you have Route 8 or Route 16, the Tri, that is one level.
Yeah.
And then the hill is at like a 45-degree angle, right?
Yeah.
And so when you're coming down, you hit it wrong, you'll break your chassis.
Yeah.
So they got to do some leveling, I think, or go real slow when you're turning. But that's gonna help a lot with all of that traffic congestion when all the schools start to get out in and out, right?
Yeah.
So I know they're on 2 different bus schedules, but it has been pretty stressful for everybody involved. Trying to either get their kid or drop their kid.
Because it's a one-way in, one-way out type.
At this point, yeah. At this point, it is. 4:12 in the afternoon, helping you move forward. Once again, that is Guam Auto Spot. Check them out. Call them up, 478-AUTO. View their inventory, guamautospot.com.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Half a day, I'm Callan Perez, and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perez and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Callan Perez, and I approve this message.
How serious is youth vaping? Irreversible lung damage serious. 1 in 10 kids vape serious, which warrants a serious conversation from a serious parental figure like yourself. Not the seriously know-it-all sports dad or the seriously smart podcaster. It requires a serious conversation that is best had by you. No, seriously, the best person to talk to your child about vaping is you. To start the conversation, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
KGUM-FM, Dedido, the talk of Guam. This is Wave 105.1 FM, a Glimpses media radio station.
Or 12 in the afternoon. Here's the number, 671-922-1051 or 2. Give us a call. This is the Bright Side right here on Wave 105, standing by Mr. Pauly Suba. Buenas.
All right. It looks like the legislature has passed the governor's budget proposal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's by a Republican legislature, too, as well. So, yeah. How's that for party loyalty?
Right? She didn't cave. She compromised. I remain hopeful. Who is this? Who's saying this? I think this is Senator Sean Gumatalto, because this is his release. I remain hopeful that the chief executive will act consistent with what was done here over the last several days. This community has watched with much interest the deliberations here. The deliberations were in stark contrast to our process late last month, but there was a theme. Both proposals passed. I don't believe each senator got everything they wanted, myself included, but the budget proposal before us today, like the substitute budget bill we passed with 8 votes last month, prioritizes public resources for critical services without expecting our families to sacrifice more in the form of higher taxes. Despite the critical statements made on the floor throughout the past year and 7 months regarding this legislature's commitment to rolling back the BPT to its pre-2018 rate of 4%, our debates during this past month should remind each of us that businesses don't pay taxes, people pay taxes. Working moms and dads pay taxes. Students and young adults holding part-time and seasonal jobs pay taxes. The individuals who invest their hard-earned savings to start up a business pay taxes. Their employees pay taxes. With the majority of votes, our branch has done its part again to set the spending plan for the coming fiscal year. I ask us all to watch closely the next steps. With the corporate income tax collections volatile as they are, see the projections outlined by the governor's office to fund items not included in their executive branch request earlier this year. Will the inequitable BPT policy for businesses engaged in military buildup contracts be challenged in court in the weeks and months ahead? With 62% of GPD's fiscal year 2025 appropriation for recruits unspent and GFDs at 71% through the third quarter, what dated verifiable milestones can this body expect to see before the next budget cycle, showing the fiscal year 2027 recycle cycle dollars in this bill convert to sworn officers and firefighters rather than another year of lapsed appropriations? And that's what the Republicans were saying as to why they didn't appropriate money, because they weren't seeing them actually go through with the cycles.
Okay.
And so, when they're ready, Senator Chris Duenas did say that we'll appropriate that money when that time comes, but it's okay. They'll do it at the front end. However, it's yet to be seen if they can actually get that done in one fiscal year.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the military thing, the problem is, real quick before we go to the phone line, is with everything, with the military construction, what it has done to construction outside is we've all been taking a back seat to it. Mm-hmm. So the least they can do is pay this 1% so that money can go towards a better infrastructure for the island. And when we're talking about Guma Tranquilidad, when we're talking about Southern High, when we're talking about Tizen High, when we're talking about GW possibly, and all the other schools, and the very vacant for how many years now from the electrical fire over at the Central Public Health Facility. Mm-hmm. We need to do a better job of collecting monies for capital improvements, for all of the development that happened in the 50s and the 60s, because we have not maintained them. Mm. So we'll go to the phone line.
Yes.
Hafade, Wave 105, you're on the air. Hello there, you're on the air.
Hey, good morning. How are you, Pauly?
Good afternoon.
Hey, so I just wanted to follow up with the fact that I'm going down to open my mobile office down at the Simon Sanchez original campus site so that I can avail myself of the opportunity to actually listen to the community.
Oh, Senator Will.
So sorry, Pauly. This is Will Castro. How are you?
Yeah, half a day. Okay, so I remember you were doing this when you were running for Congress, so you're going to do it again.
Actually, I did it in 2014
and
2016 when I ran for senator, and it was an idea that we shared with the late Senator Angel Sanchez. So I haven't stopped. Every time I put myself forward to advocate, this is one of the more accessible means to get the people to come to the office as opposed to, to hear their voices, rather than read about it in the paper.
Absolutely. And so where are you going to be at so people are aware?
Yeah, so I'm going to pop up a 10 by 10 right there in front of the Simon Sanchez campus. And the purpose of that is to assure the students and let them know that I hear them. I want to be an advocate. I'm a teacher and a principal. I want to help document. I want to help find a solution, a pathway forward to groundbreaking. I want to provide another forum so that we can actually put it all on the table and figure out where it's at and what needs to be done. I've actually been through several disasters that have claimed parts of our campus, and we were successful in putting it back online so students can come to school. Though we may not have had power the whole time, we certainly made it comfortable and safe for our students and for their families to have confidence to bring the kids to school with public busing. And so the issue here is close to me as an educator, and it's familiar to me in that it's a travesty that these kids now, as we start the first week of school, are disrupted in their learning process. I think that's number one. That's the first issue as a teacher we have to concern ourselves with. We just disrupted the students' ability to learn. We've taken them out of their basic routine. You've disrupted the day-to-day activities of a family, all right? And kids can't just naturally learn online or can't just conveniently roll up and pick up a learning packet. So this situation has created a real crisis for the families of Dededo and Jigo, of Simon Sanchez, and to include Titan. And so I think now that I'm putting myself forward, I want to be active, engaged with both feet on the ground, and provide an additional voice in helping them to advocate to break ground and build Simon Sanchez now, sooner than later.
Are you aware of the town hall meeting that is going to be at the Tamuning Mayor's office this Wednesday, I believe at 6 p.m.? I'm sure they would really appreciate your presence there.
Absolutely. I'm in direct communication with the Vice Speaker of the Guam Youth Congress.
Yeah.
Man, I am so pleased that we're able to produce leaders and students who have the ability to articulate, the confidence to stand up, and the commitment to express themselves and their dissatisfaction. Just because we may dissent in our perspective doesn't mean, we're disloyal. It doesn't mean that we're not happy with our island. It really means that there's a situation that we all have to come together, rally around, and resolve as quickly as possible. So, yes, I'll be there. I'm Congressman Belistro, also from the Guam Youth Congress, and then Vice Speaker Trevin. I'll be there. I'm listening.
Yeah.
I want to engage. I want to listen, this time as a listener and an active participant in what it is they hope to present to the people of Guam as well.
And then I know Sunday, so this Sunday they will be putting together a peaceful and proactive movement entitled Simon Sanchez High School Stand Up. And so they're going to be at the ITC intersection 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. on Sunday. And I know that they are doing a call out especially for Simon Sanchez alumni, current Simon Sanchez students, and future Simon Sanchez students. I mean, you're a principal now, you're a teacher now, you're a former senator. And so understanding that they're young voices, right? They don't have the ability to run themselves, right? But why is it important for them to express themselves in this way? I mean, this is part of democracy, right? I mean, I'm sure you taught that.
This is exactly what most civics teachers I'm actually a social studies teacher, would look forward to.
Right.
So their students being able to think critically and apply themselves. But more important because it's something that we don't see a lot of in our culture, especially in the islands, right? We want to save face, but these young ones, these young minds, they've had enough, right? If you think about it, we're talking about 3 years of a student who hasn't had the ability to nest themselves and embrace their full identity as a shark. For some of them, it's been the only 3 years they've ever known. There are people who graduated, Pauly, and not had a chance to walk the halls of their own school, whether it was the old one or the new one.
Right.
And so, having a sense of connectedness between the student and the learning community is central to setting the foundation for learning. I think every educator out there knows this. And so when we disrupt this learning process, it does more than displace kids. It does more than that. What about the teachers who have to prepare additionally? What about those who don't have dependable Wi-Fi access? See, at the end of the day, of course, if they have a writing instrument and paper, it's convenient for us to say that, but now they don't have a safe place, a conducive environment that's safe, where they get the supervision of a teacher to be the guide on the side or even the facilitator up front. So this is definitely a major setback to the community. And so,
Senator, well, this is Ryan St. Nicholas. Quick question. You are going to set up your mobile office at Simon Sanchez in solidarity with everybody, with all the students that had to basically be interrupted at Teason. But Pauly and I had just talked about there is something going on with Southern High with, I know, Senator Vince and Senator Jess Lohan.
They're calling on the National Guard and the Navy to assist them.
To make the Simon Sanchez safer, if anything. So it almost looks like, they're not meeting the safety inspections and whatnot. And so if you could give your take on why GDOE, is even opening up these schools and they're not passing. I mean, they're hitting all the demerits right now as far as safety inspection is concerned.
Hey, listen, it's easy to take a sledgehammer and start whacking away, but I don't have all the facts in front of me. I'm sure it's much more complicated than it appears. I'm sure that the principals are the backbone. They're the command sergeant majors on the ground of the school. They call the shots. But if they don't have access to the resources, it's very difficult to turn. We know that public schools cannot turn on a dime. We know this, and that's why we give families the options to go to other schools. So I don't. It's a systemic breakdown. Perhaps, as the senator mentioned this morning, it's time to revisit the entire constitution of the state system. Is it too big to manage? And what can we do about that? But you know what? Let me answer your question, Ryan. You mentioned 2 senators taking the initiative to involve others. I think that's great. Doing something rather than waiting around, being idle, and reacting is admirable. I admire that. I wish I had the privilege to serve in the Guam legislature and reach out in advance as an educator now with the new things that I've learned and practice and experience. But I do believe also, if I can encourage those who are listening, lawmakers and administrators in the central system, that we do have a lot of critical mass. We have the internal capacity as an island with engineers, architects, really smart people who can come together and help fix this. This is a stand in solidarity for people to get involved. Every day that goes by is a day that the kid can pick something up new within one of several subject matters. This is time you can't buy back. Mm-hmm. And so we have to take action and force a sense of urgency on the system. And I said it this morning on another show that these kids shouldn't be made to suffer because of adult errors or adult indecisiveness or adult inaction. I think we really have to step up. I'm doing this as a teacher to stand in solidarity with the other teachers and with the principals. You see, these principals are putting in 1,000%. I know many of them personally in the DOE system, and I've seen them stay late and I'm coming on the weekends. But there's only so much they can do. And I've had a conversation with the senior leadership at DOE, and they're trying their best. They're trying their best to move things around. But now we just have to move. I would suggest that a drop-dead deadline.
Do you believe in site-based management?
100%, Ryan. I think it's proven itself for decades. The private, the parochial schools on Guam have lived and thrived on it. Now the charter schools are showing you that we can innovate and create programs on a dime that has delivered all kinds of results. From one school, like Career Tech, having 0 home-based sports to 10 in a heartbeat, and acquiring the expertise of 5 masters in different subject matter areas to advance our Chamorro language and culture and other indigenous practices.
Because it seems like I mean, aside from Pauly had just mentioned that it's the inspectors from public health that there's not that much to go around, and so the safety inspections for all these public schools are they end at a different time.
They're spread out.
They're spread out
throughout a school year.
But as far as resources is concerned, it seems like, I don't even know. There's some people say that the procurement process is a good thing. They just have to manage it better. Or some people just want to do away with, and start anew with procurement, with the whole procurement system. If you become senator, in terms of the procurement, for public schools, what would you do to improve it?
Hey, listen, you have 38 schools, and I don't know how many people in procurement. I actually worked at DOE, as a chief planner and acting associate superintendent. I can tell you, I wouldn't doubt they're overwhelmed. What I would do, I would train, promote up and outsource. Okay, now we're speaking way outside the realm of Sanchez in terms of the bigger systemic change. I would promote up and further train those hardworking employees now and outsource a lot of the administrative tasks associated with support services. That's what I would do. And the reason I say that is because if you're dissatisfied with the level of service, the quality of the service, you can unilaterally terminate that contract for cause. But when you're dealing with an entrenched system that's not motivated or not being rewarded or not being trained, that's what you're gonna get from an incalcitrant system, a system that's hardened, calcified, not because they lack the capacity, but because perhaps they're not getting the support. Can you imagine, as an example, 14 employees for how many thousands of students and 38 schools? I can't imagine that you would have to wait for someone to click a button to review an invoice every single time. It makes no sense to me. But that's just a small part of the systemic breakdown. I think today we need to focus, or at least I'm going to focus down there at Simon Sanchez, right on the campus footprint, drawing attention to it so that families can encourage lawmakers and appointed officials to take immediate action, perhaps setting a drop-dead deadline that calls upon the respective agencies responsible for making decisions to make the decision so we can move on and allow the procurement process to play itself out.
Okay, how long is your mobile office going to be for? I mean, all the way.
I'm going to be on the Sanchez site for an hour today, and then I got to go back and do my part for my school that I administer on a day-to-day basis. So 4:30 to 5:30 in front of Simon Sanchez. I'll be on the phone with some folks, getting more input. I'll be there to be a listening ear, but more important than that, to do my own research and share it with the people of Guam as to what I've learned. Nice. This is not a new issue. The issue with Simon Sanchez goes back 7 to 10 years. It's been acute in the last 3, and now it's in a crisis mode because it's shut down and the kids are dispersed back to who knows where, a relative's house, because parents have to work.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
work for it.
These are families that live in Jigo, and even now to get the lunch drive down, like, is that the only solution? I mean, aren't we able to create like a satellite area for them to pick up their lunch up where they actually live? This is not caused by parents or students. This is the reality that they're in. So I think more effort needs to be put into getting them their resources and the lunch, the free lunch that is provided to them.
Absolutely. And so I'm going to do my part. I want the students to know that I stand with them, the families and the teachers, especially mas especially man principat siya, naman bi eskwela niya, lokoi, ogo esta maktuy tempo debita fan hatsa, sino eskwelan di nuevo, yes, Simon Sanchez. And so I think the time has come to take a stand and force the hand so that an immediate decision can be made within reason and within the parameters of law.
I appreciate this, Senator. If we don't see you on Wednesday, we'll see you on Sunday, because I plan also on attending, because I really appreciate this generation and this group that is doing this peaceful movement is inspiring us all.
For all of those, yeah, absolutely. To the students especially. Sige, keep pushing, and keep up the great fight. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right.
Yeah. It's gotta be, the social studies teachers gotta be, patting themselves on the back, or just shedding a very happy tear, like they're learning everything I taught them.
Well, I'm glad that he's there. I mean, it is ground zero right there. And so I take it that he's going to try to meet with a lot of the families for Simon Sanchez and the students. So he said what time he's going to be there?
4:30 to 5:30 today.
I think it's a good thing. And I honestly hope that maybe even a couple of the incumbents and maybe even some candidates go over there and join him in solidarity and say, hey, enough is enough. We need to move this. And if they do, that'll be great. I mean, at least you're showing people that you are, I mean, Senator Vince, Senator Jess, they're doing their part to make sure that this doesn't happen to Southern High.
Right.
And so, I would like to see more faces because, now more than ever, because it's election time, action speaks louder than words. And just by being there, showing that, hey, look, we're going to be here on Sunday. We're going to be over there. I mean, is it Sunday?
Wednesday is the press conference. Sorry, I called it town hall, but it probably more than likely will turn out to be something like that. 6 p.m. at the Tamuning Mayor's office.
Okay.
Then
Sunday.
And that's for everybody to understand what is happening or prepare everybody for Sunday for the peaceful movement and at the ITC intersection once again. 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. They're also reaching out to all Simon Sanchez alumni, all current Sanchez students, and all future Sanchez students. And that could be a baby, that could be a toddler.
I'll give you a whole new perspective on this whole Simon Sanchez deal. So on the 37th, right, we saw Senator Barnett and Governor Liu, right, during the 37th Guam legislature. They had the town hall meeting and
over at JFK.
Now that's the 37th, right? Now comes the election, right? 2 years later, and I actually stood right in front of JFK, waving signs too as well for Simon Sanchez. That was 2 years after the fact. 2 years now, it's November again. So within that 4-year span, Simon Sanchez.
Had the protest.
Yeah,
we have the current protest.
Mm-hmm. Simon Sanchez has not even moved, and
because of the current protest.
Because of the current protest and everything, and so in other words, the kids that I was standing with 2 years after the 37th, they were like sophomore. They're graduating this year.
There are Simon Sanchez students graduating that never even stepped into their school, and FBLG students who had to go to Ukadu High for their double session that are finally at FBLG. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
But the worry was, that we're going to go from one double session to another double session to graduating. And so eventually we're going to get there. We really do have to. It has to, at this point, like Genesis was asking, well, who do you think's at fault? I'm like, we've gone
Everyone's
too,
at fault.
we've gone too far, whether it's Teason High, Simon Sanchez, and the facility itself. Enough of the blame.
Yeah.
It now has to be
resolved.
Everybody understanding that this has taken too long. And so the entire government needs to work together. And that's, heck, even the judiciary, if there's a way that they can help.
Yeah.
But I would even say us, too. Just residents. That what do we need to do? How can we help? Because I remember FESPAC. And I remember when people were saying, hey, we invited all of these people to our island and we can't even give them water. And what did we do? We all said, where do we drop the water off?
Yeah, that was bad.
I remember that. Yeah. What needs to happen? You need more volunteers? People were volunteering. People were dropping off water. People were helping clean up. And that's what we have to, at this point, that's what we got to do. We got to stop pointing fingers at, enough with the pointing fingers. We're all, I'm so guilty that it's probably my fault too. So let's just work together at this point. Let's just figure this out. Nothing is too hard that we can't overcome this. And that's the mentality that we have to have for Simon Sanchez. And then we'll come together and solve the other things that are important.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing.
And that's the problem. Everything's important.
If Simon Sanchez gets built, I'm blaming everyone. Because we all came together.
There you go. And it's a start. Senator Will Castro is over in front of Simon Sanchez.
Ground zero.
Lending his ear. He wants to listen to your concerns and see how he can assist. He's there until 5:30.
The legislature always have public hearings, right? Well, I think today Senator Will Castro and whoever goes over there and joins him will be hearing the public. Just reverse it.
All right. We'll pivot now.
Yes. All right. Let's see how the roads are doing as we help you move forward on your daily commute. Proudly being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Standing by with the very latest, Mr. Pauly Suba.
Did they open the tri-intersection? That's what I'm tracking.
Mm-hmm.
Is it now the quad intersection?
Really? When there's no school?
What are we doing there?
Well, if they do, I mean, this is the best timing you could possibly open that access.
Right. I mean, maybe what they'll do is they'll open it and then they'll close it when the buses need it. But I do think they got to level it out a little bit more. Marine Corps Drive, heading southbound. Oh, no. It reset. Never mind. That's not an issue anymore. There is some southbound traffic over at the Marine Corps Drive, heading south right around the airport road intersection. Once you pass that light, you're good to go, passing Village of Donkey and continuing through to Muning. Heading northbound in the opposite direction on Marine Corps Drive, mild congestion in the upper Tumon area. It's even slower in Hamburger Road, so Hamburger Road is not going to help you out. Some of you might be saying, you know what, it's kind of slow here on Route 1. Let me just take this shortcut here. Actually, you're better off staying on 1 because it does clear up for you before you need to make that left turn down to Tumon, and it's a whole lot clearer right around the Micronesia Mall if you stay on 1. Helping you move forward on this Monday afternoon, it's Guam Auto Spot. 478 Auto is the number. The website is guamautospot.com.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup or delivery. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Tourism, it's our #1 industry. As Guam's largest employer, tourism supports more than 50,000 jobs. In fact, 1 out of every 5 jobs is tourism related. Annually, tourism generates over $163 million in tax revenue. Without it, every household would pay an additional $3,700 per year. From real estate to retail, tourism has a positive impact on every industry, helping make Guam a better place to live, work, and visit. Support tourism. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, celebrating over 55 years of tourism.
Hat Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Hats also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and based-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Half a day, I'm Callan Perez, and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perez and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Callan Perez, and I approve this message.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
KGUM-FM, Dedido, the talk of Guam. This is Wave 105.1 FM, a Glimpses media radio station.
44 minutes into the hour of 4 o'clock, slowly approaching the 5 o'clock hour. Thank you for tuning in. Once again, here's the number 671-922-1051 or 2. This is The Bright Side, right here on Wave 105. Thanks for tuning in. Let's send it back to the host, Mr. Pauly Suba.
I just opened this letter from DPW.
Okay.
To Cortec from the Director and Chief Procurement Officer.
Mm-hmm.
They're canceling the
protest?
No, not just the protest. The current procurement. We were just talking about this.
Wow.
They're throwing it out. And so they're basically starting the bidding process over.
You got
Hold on, I'm just looking at this. I barely had a chance to read it.
Wow.
Because this is unusual, right? Is they ruled that the three, I'm looking at the three protests, 1, 2, and 3. The three protests filed by GPS were not valid. DPW saying that it found no material violation of procurement law, but even after rejecting the protest, they've decided, I guess this is the safest and fastest way, is just cancel the entire RFP rather than
go through the process.
More protests,
exactly.
More appeals, years of court probably.
Mm-hmm.
So, they've been working with Cortec for the Simon Sanchez project. And so Cortec is ranked the highest qualified proposer, and they were already negotiating with them. And so GPS filed 3 protests. GPS argues the procurement records weren't properly maintained. The government improperly separated out the demolition work. I remember they were calling us all media for the demolition ceremony.
Mm-hmm.
There were problems with Cortec's proposal and price. So if DPW is saying that GPS is wrong, then why cancel everything? I mean, again, that's probably what it is. That this is probably the fastest way to just start over.
So they're gonna. They're gonna kick it all out, start all over.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this is where the senators need to come in and talk about, pass a bill where it says, if your protest is frivolous, then you get to pay. Let's go see how many.
Well, they tried to do that. I think Senator Will Parkinson tried to do that, but that amendment failed, and we'll see, with a proper budget. I mean, with a proper public hearing.
Yeah.
Because that's also something that a couple senators or candidates were saying that that's what they want to do.
Yeah.
If they were in the 39th Guam legislature.
I hope. I hope they can revive that bill and really give it its due diligence, because now that this protest, if they're kicking out this protest, right, and they're going to start from scratch, a bill like that is warranted pretty much. It's actually needed now, because now all these protesters, I'm not saying that they're them challenging the bid or the actual awarding to another company. I'm not saying that their protest is just blah blah blah, right? I mean, it doesn't have a bite. But now, if this Will Parkinson bill becomes law, your protest does have to have teeth. If it doesn't, guess what? You get to pay, right?
Right.
And that's coming out of your money.
Protest 1, November 19, 2025, alleging failures related to maintenance of the procurement. Protest 2, December 12, 2025, concerning the notice to proceed concerning demolition related. Protest 3, December 12, 2025, concerning responsiveness of a competing offers proposal. And so basically, DPW is hitting the reset button on Simon Sanchez High School. And so General Pacific filed 3 protests against the procurement, and DPW rejected all 3, saying that it found no major violation of procurement law. And so even though Cortec had been the highest ranked company and was negotiating with the government, there was no final contract that had been signed. And so DPW, or this, what I'm reading here basically essentially says that even though it believes the procurement was legal, continuing down this road could lead to more protests and potentially years of court battles. So instead, they're just going to cancel everybody's proposals, including Cortex.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to start a new procurement in hopes to finally get the school built. So, I mean, there's some good news there.
Yeah.
As we, prepare for this press conference on Wednesday, and then the Simon Sanchez community mobilizes and puts together their peaceful movement again this Sunday. So.
Interesting.
Yeah, this just came through. They're probably listening to you, Ryan.
Yeah. I mean, I like to take credit and everything, but, people like Ryan, crickets.
They're like, hey, these two dum-dums are talking about this whole thing on the radio.
Let's just shut them up right now. Send them a letter. But hey, this thing has been
I've been called worse.
This thing has been a hot topic since Thursday when they decided to. I mean, we got the call from one of the parents saying that they received an email. They're not. They're closing down Teeds and High, and then it became its own baby pretty much over the weekend, and it's been festering. And I think today people are calling out. And so I think DPW saw the writing on the wall and out of loop. They were like, hey, look, guys, let's just kill the RFP, start anew, and bid it out once again. Yeah. Which is a good thing. But let's hope it doesn't have to, I mean, it's not a repeat, once somebody secures the bid.
Well, and then never mind, because that's outside my lane. But for the stakeholders too.
But you're an habitual lane crosser, okay? Come on.
Well, because so I guess
cross that lane, dude. Come on.
Well, when you listen to those that are future decision makers, that's another question that you want to start asking. Who here is going to actually listen to the Simon Sanchez stakeholders, right? And who here is going to be the voice of reason to get the facility moving forward without putting us in the because we're gonna go to the bond market. So what can we do with this facility, right? And look at it. I'm proud. This is unpopular. This is an unpopular opinion here, but do you need everything in there? Because ultimately, let's just get it done. And sometimes you're not going to get everything that you want, especially in a build, especially in this economy. Sometimes it isn't going to be all of the design that you wanted or every single space that you had hoped for. And again, we're talking about a public school, a government facility that we have a hard time maintaining. And so those things also have to be part of the conversation. What is the point of having some of this architecture that looks like Roman columns? And that's just low-lying fruit, right? If that's going to make one thing maybe more expensive or making it harder to maintain. And there are others. I mean, I don't like to be a Debbie Downer, but there are other pretty impressive architecture on this island that doesn't necessarily have to be that, but we want to impress. I don't know, who are we impressing? All we need is a facility that has the 4 walls and the ceiling and everything that is needed to provide. If it's a museum, then it's providing all of the artifacts that is in a place that's safe. Who cares if it has arches? Is this a building that we can maintain for years? Or are we going to have to figure out how to keep it up? Or lose the HVAC system? Like, these are the things that we have to be very considerate about moving forward with any kind of new facility. But again, that's an unpopular opinion, right? But any opportunity that we can get, because anybody can build a state-of-the-art Olympic-size pool.
Oh, there we go. State-of-the-art.
Do it.
Yeah.
But does the government need to do it? I don't think so. I don't think so. Especially when we're talking about all the lack of so many things. Right? I mean, fire truck, ambulance, yes. Olympic-sized pool?
Jeez.
That's super expensive.
Yeah, no, I mean,
to maintain.
Super expensive to maintain, and I mean, after like the first 2 years, all I keep hearing about the Olympic-sized pool down there at Southern High was it was great for the frogs.
Well, here's my thing. Again, unpopular opinion. I know everybody is tracking the failures of the government every day that the Hagåtña pool doesn't open up, right? And so government is a failure because that thing's not open yet. I don't know, because guess what? When that pool opens up, how long is it going to stay open?
Yeah.
That's the sad reality.
No.
How long are we going to keep it open?
To your point, remember when they opened the one up in Harmon, right? It was good. It was like, oh, the pool is open, everybody can come. And then they were like, we closed the pool because one of the pumps broke and everything and all.
Yeah, and I know I'm a Debbie Downer. I'm like, oh, how dare you? We deserve this. Yeah, that's great. But maybe a public-private partnership can maintain it like the way the soccer field is.
Or like the way Two Lovers Point is currently maintained.
Yes.
I am all for that.
Yes.
Because it creates jobs, right? And the government doesn't even have to take part in maintaining it, because that will be the job for the person they go into the partnership with.
Because, again, I mean, okay, now we're talking about Paseo. Another facility that isn't being maintained, one typhoon after another, causing the delays of fixing the awning. It is the awning that needs to be repaired, but it's all rusted out on one side, and we're waiting for federal monies to assist. And there's even talk that maybe the government doesn't have the appetite to fix it because it's too close to the ocean.
Yeah, and the rust and the salt and everything. But everywhere in Guam is salt air.
Yeah.
You can't even give me that reason.
And so, okay, so if that's not going to work out, then you break that down and you just create some kind of shade for the audience to be there and put those games back on. But we're talking about an awning that we can't even repair.
I mean, you look at it right. Simon Sanchez, Hospital, what else? Paseo, Gander Pool. I'm just going with things that are currently not in operation right now, or about on the verge of being, shut down. I have, again, it's like, I just think, all of the money that we saw within the last 5 years and nothing got done.
Well, here's 2 examples. The federal government paid for 2 brand new buildings over by UOG. It ain't fancy,
Yeah.
But we need it and we appreciate it. It's 4 walls and a roof.
Yeah.
It's the repository and it's the biosecurity lab. Nothing special.
Yeah.
4 walls and a roof. And I've been inside the repository. It's impressive. And it's air temperature controlled. That's the priority.
I think we need to like really just again. First off, I'm on you know, I subscribe to the idea of it doesn't have to be fancy, and it has to be affordable.
Look at the Barragata Post Office. That's a federal facility, right? Nothing special. Go to Washington D.C. and look at all of the federal buildings. Boring.
Exactly. Yep. I'm just there to work, dude. Pass out your email. Nothing else. I've actually saw a picture of the Gannett Post Office. Still looks the same. And talk about, this picture was taken like in the 50s. It still looks the same to this
Strong
day.
bones.
Strong bones, exactly.
Look at all of the schools that were built in the 50s and 60s. Nothing special.
Yeah. Yeah. And as a matter of fact, if you look at Dedido Middle School and you look at Agueda Johnson, exact replica. I mean, in other words, get the blueprint from one school, put it in the other. But no, everybody wants to be fancy. No, it has to have arches. No, because Agueda has that. No, I'm telling you. I mean, I'm like, when I first saw Dedido Middle School, I'm like, that's Agueda Johnston. It's the same thing. But, and that's, I don't know if they did it for, economic standards and in terms of
it's
saving
built
money.
into the design. Everybody wants to put their... I get it. Again, it is what it is. I know it's an unpopular opinion, right? But, moving forward, when we're talking about the design of any government facility that is going to be built brand new, just put 4 walls and a ceiling.
Exactly.
5:01 in the afternoon. We'll take the break. On the other side, I sent you a link. I hope it works.
Yes.
This is good news. Absolutely good news. I can't think of a more deserving person. Dr. Ann Hattori was awarded the most prestigious award that the governor can give anybody. It's the Magahaga Award, right? And so that was awarded to Dr. Ann Hattori of the University of Guam last week, Friday. And so I've just put together a little bit of the actual award given to her and Dr. Ann's speech into just one clip, so it's easier to just go from one to the other. I sent it to you already through the Waves WhatsApp, and so I'll help you get that on our YouTube, so we can play that on the other side of these. All right, so time for the AP News update. And then we'll also get you another look at the roadways, and then we'll give you some good news as we showcase Dr. Ann Hattori being awarded the Magahaga Award after these on Wave 105.
AP News for Friday, August 14th. I'm Ben Thomas. Talks to end the Iran war appear stalled, but the circle of countries getting involved in diplomatic efforts is widening. After talks this week with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the foreign ministers of Austria and Greece both held calls with Iran's foreign minister. Meanwhile, speaking at a police academy in New York Friday, President Trump had this.
So, for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember, you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have... A country, really, it's the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's... I'll never apologize. I did the right thing.
AAA put the national average for gas just below $4.08 per gallon Friday. Meantime, the president downplayed concerns about mental health and supply issues aboard the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln. It's in the Middle East supporting U.S. operations against Iran, and it's been at sea for nearly 9 months. Trump telling reporters,
"Not nearly long enough."
The USS George Washington is on its way from the Pacific to relieve the Lincoln. In other news, Luigi Mangioni's pleaded guilty to federal stalking charges in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. U.S. Attorney Jamie McDonald.
The result achieved today now allows our office to seek the maximum penalty allowed, life imprisonment.
Mangioni's lawyers are now seeking to dismiss a separate New York State murder case on double jeopardy grounds. Defense attorney Karen Friedman Agnifilo.
New York law does not permit a person to be prosecuted and punished twice for the exact same crime under a statute that governs successive prosecutions.
And in Indonesia, a magnitude 7.7 earthquake struck off the coast in the Flores region early Saturday. This is AP News. A story about a cabinet.
The Hoosier cabinet is an all-in-one kitchen that was once a mainstay in early 20th century American homes. They're no longer in fashion, but a town in northern Indiana is celebrating the cabinet's place in history with the display of a really giant one. It's a 30-foot-tall model of a Dutch kitchenette in the town of Napanee, and it celebrates Koppes Napanee, one of two companies still in existence that manufactured the Hoosier cabinet more than a century ago. Wesley Mast, company owner.
When people walk up and see the big cabinet, it seems like we get two extremes on the responses. There's the one extreme where people are like, why? Like, why such a big cabinet? This was kind of the first piece of furniture that went into the house as a kitchen and was considered as all in one, the kitchen itself in just one piece.
And Koppes Napanee is 150 years old this year. I'm Donna Warder.
The latest through the weekend at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
So, what's your idea of a 10?
I love guys who don't text and drive.
Girls that wait until they're parked to text? Bro, instant 10.
I don't know, but I got the ick when I went out with this boy who texted while driving.
10s wait to send. Eyes on the road, not your phone.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup or delivery. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
At 5:06 in the afternoon, we are KGUM. FM Dedido Guam. This is the BrightSide right here on Wave 105. Thank you for tuning in. Right about now, it's about time we take our first look for the 5 o'clock hour. The roads of Guam as we help you move forward along with Guam Auto Spot. This is Mr. Pauly Suba. Buenas.
All right back on Marine Corps Drive because that's where all the cool kids are apparently. Everybody wants to be on Route 1. Marine Corps Drive in the Smuning area, heavy congestion through the IT Centers intersection, all the way up to the village of Donkey, and you're meeting up everybody that are coming down from Route 10A and also from East Sunset Boulevard. There is congestion on Route 8 heading up towards Wong Totu Maiti, but it does clear up for you pretty quick. There obviously are mild delays heading into Kenyatta. You pass that traffic light, you're good to go. Even the Tri intersection doesn't look too bad. I'm looking at my Glimpses radio app, and that road that they're opening up, possibly for buses and whatnot.
Yeah.
That's called Seagull Avenue.
Really?
It's probably from the Navy. The Navy called it that.
I don't understand.
So
why. We don't even have seagulls here.
We're going to take it back and give it a tomorrow name.
Yeah. Monoka.
Yeah.
Since I see some chickens over there.
But right now it's Seagull.
Okay.
And I don't see too many issues there as you continue on through Route 16, passing the Barragata Post Office. When you do head down towards Harmon Loop, there are some delays there. Making that right turn onto Harmon Loop as well as Fatima. You meet everybody back onto one way or another. Whether you take Carmen Loop or Fatima or stay on 16 as you head towards that Micronesia Mall intersection. Once again, helping you move forward on this Monday afternoon. It's Guam Auto Spot. Call them up, 478-AUTO. View their inventory on their website, guamautospot.com.
Half a day, I'm Callan Perez, and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perez and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Callan Perez, and I approve this message.
Hat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Hat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Tourism, it's our number one industry. As Guam's largest employer, tourism supports more than 50,000 jobs. In fact, 1 out of every 5 jobs is tourism related. Annually, tourism generates over $163 million in tax revenue. Without it, every household would pay an additional $3,700 per year. From real estate to retail, tourism has a positive impact on every industry, helping make Guam a better place to live, work, and visit. Support tourism. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, celebrating over 55 years of tourism.
How serious is youth vaping? Irreversible lung damage serious. 1 in 10 kids vape serious, which warrants a serious conversation from a serious parental figure like yourself. Not the seriously know-it-all sports dad or the seriously smart podcaster. It requires a serious conversation that is best had by you. No, seriously. The best person to talk to your child about vaping is you. To start the conversation, visit talkaboutvaping.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
That's what we were taught, service before self.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Everyone deserves access to quality health. But for half the world's population, essential health services are out of reach. At AmeriCares, we know access to quality health saves and improves lives. With good health, people can attend school, be productive at work, care for their families, and contribute to strong communities. That's why we envision pathways to health and opportunity for all. We care. It's our call to action. It's in our history. It's in our name, AmeriCares. AmeriCares about disaster survivors, about free medical aid, what doctors need, our communities, our neighbors, our families. AmeriCares about good health. For a better world. Learn more at americares.org/goodhealth. Together, we can build pathways to health. americares.org/goodhealth. Join us.
Feeling good, getting things done. Wave 105 FM.
Here's the number, 671-922-1051, or to give us a call. This is the Bright Side. The phone lines are wide open. Talk to this gentleman right here, the host of the Bright Side, none other than Mr. Pauly Suba. Join us.
We do want to thank our sponsors, and that's Subway. You got to refresh to be fresh. Triple J, it's big deals on big wheels at Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail. Drive home a new Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. GTA, we start with you. Chili's Grill and Bar at Chili's. More life, great food, and memories happen here. And Micropack, don't miss a memory. Get your travel cameras and storage essentials at Micropack today. It's time for good news for a change.
Nice.
And so that's brought to you by Provisions Wine and Cheese. They serve fresh salads, delicious sandwiches, and authentic Roman-style pizza. Provisions is open Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Call Provisions at 671-633-9463. Place your order today or visit the website provisionsguam.com. And so, time for good news, right? And so we're going back to Friday at the governor's complex at the governor's conference room, where Dr. Ann Hattori was honored with the Magahaga Award for more than 27 years of working and preserving and telling Guam's history from a Chamorro perspective. And so we'll play the video. It's on our YouTube channel, but obviously you can tune in on the radio as well if you're in your car. This is the governor and lieutenant governor honoring Dr. Ann Perez Hattori with the Magahaga Award. Again, the most prestigious award that any governor of Guam could give to somebody of Guam.
All right, the Magahaga Award presented to Dr. Ann Perez Hattori. For more than 27 years, Dr. Ann Perez Hattori has devoted her life's work to preserving Guam's history and ensuring that Chamorro voices are heard, studied, and remembered. As the first Chamorro to earn a doctorate degree in history, she not only broke new ground for herself, but also opened doors for generations of indigenous scholars who would follow. Through her teaching and mentorship, Dr. Hattori has encouraged students to understand that the history of our island lives not only in written records, but also in the language, traditions, and experiences of our people. In doing so, she has helped generations of students see their own history as worthy of study, reflection, and pride. Many of those she has guided have gone on to become educators, scholars, and community leaders who continue this important work. Her landmark book, Colonial Dis-ease, U.S. Navy Health Policies and the Chamorros of Guam, 1898 to 1941, along with her broader body of work, has brought greater attention to Guam and Chamorro perspectives. Her service as editor of the Journal of Pacific History and co-editor of the Cambridge History of the Pacific Ocean further reflects her standing as one of the Pacific's most respected historians. Dr. Hattori has spent her career ensuring that Chamorro experiences remain central to the telling of Guam's history. Her life's work has strengthened our understanding of the past and empowered future generations to preserve and carry forward the stories of our people.
In witness whereof, I, Lourdes Leon Guerrero, Governor of Guam, and
I, Joshua F. Tenorio, Lieutenant Governor of Guam,
have set our hands and caused the Great Seal of Guam on this 14th day of August in the year of the Lord, Anno Domini 2026, signed by the Magahagan Guahan, Leon Guerrero, and together with the Lieutenant Governor, Segundo Magalahin Guahan, Joshua Tenorio. Dr. Hattori, I say that with all great respect. On behalf of the people of Guam, Josh and I would like to present you with this Magahaga Award in commemoration and in memorializing all of the achievements that you have done for the people of Guam. And with great honor and pride, we present this to you. Good luck and many, many, many successes in the future.
At this point, I've already had 4 retirement parties. Actually, today at 5 p.m. is officially my retirement. Because today UOG's summer ends, right? Next week, sorry you guys, got to go back to school. So today it's my official retirement from the university, an extraordinary day to receive this honor, but even more meaningful coming from you two special people, my dear longtime friend, the Honorable Lieutenant Governor, and our Honorable Governor, the island's first real Magahaga since the late 1600s. Wow. Do the math on that. Each one of you here today, and I hope I've had time to give all of you a kiss so far, each one of you is close to me in some way, whether through a biological link, or through an intellectual genealogy that we share. As such, you know, you guys are my friends. We are all to some degree like-minded. We share a common philosophy, an ethos rooted in the commitment to our islands, our cultures, and our peoples. So, given that you're all, you know, cultural sophisticates, all of you, you know as well as I do that this award is not just about me. This award is about my mother, Sinanahu, Difunta Fermina Leon Guerrero Perez Hattori, the Valientite, who at different times in my life was my chief of staff when I was writing my dissertation. She would not allow anyone to interrupt me when I was writing. She was my primary proofreader through all of my early publications, including Colonial Dis-ease. And she was my role model to the day that she died. This award is also about my father, si Funtu Paul Hattori, who along with my mom raised 9 children and instilled in all of us the value of education and discipline. The precision and punctuality of Guam's earthquake man. This award is also about my husband, Naushat Suleiman, who for going on 25 years now has been my personal laddystone of strength and support. It is about my family, my godfather's here, my sister's here, so my brothers and sisters, my nieces, nephews, cousins, and my former teachers, and so many friends, all of you guys. You guys, my friends, my family, you constitute these circles of thoughtful and thought-filled people who are overflowing with passion and compassion, and I love you all for it. This award is also about my fantastic administrators at the University of Guam, including Dr. Enriquez and Dr. Santos Bamba, who have always enthusiastically cheered me on. It's about my amazing colleagues at UOG, especially in the history program, and they're all here today, and the Tomorrow Studies program, and a whole bunch of us are here today. All of these UOG folks are highly intelligent and hellishly dedicated people who work their tails off 7 days a week for our students. And our students are our lifeblood at UOG, and they're amazing. They are sharp and hardworking, kind-hearted, respectful. These students can amaze you, but you need to set high standards and show them the respect that they deserve, and they will outperform. And so, you know, keep it up, guys. Honestly, to all of you, you know, this is probably not something you would ever realize, but honestly, at different times in my life, at different moments, and in different ways, each of you fueled me to do a lot of the things I was able to do. At those times when I was just dragging, you reinvigorated me with your energy and enthusiasm. At times when I was feeling dull and flat, thinking I had nothing original left in me, you inspired me with your creativity and your passion. And when I was in mourning, especially after Margaret, your smiles and your stories, your laughter and your love restored my joy. So to all of you guys gathered here today, every single one of you here, whether you are students or teachers, or lawyers, or poets, or computer techies, you live every day with an unwavering commitment to the Marianas and Micronesia, a commitment to our families and our communities. And for so many years, I have been nurtured by you, by your energy and your brilliance. Oftentimes, I felt like I was just barely keeping up with you guys. Truly, I would not be here today if it was not for you. So this honor really is ours to share. From the bottom of my heart, hininamastakti mi kurson, sandagto no sana maasi. I generally write research papers, right? That's what I'm really kind of known for, but it's actually one of my poems, the poem Thieves, that has been read by way more people than any of my papers. Largely thanks to Dr. Evelyn Flores and the English program and all of her proteges. I originally published it in 1999. I mean, it's been republished like 3 or 4 times already. So, and this is the first time I remember reading this poem. I've never read this poem publicly before, not even in my own classes. But, you know, my classes I try to be a little bit neutral, so anyway. So this poem is called Thieves. Thieves, they called us. Religious converts, they made us. Said we were sinful, naked, savage playmates of Satan. Exterminated, they called us. Half-castes, they branded us. Said we were impure, racially, culturally, spiritually. Infantile, they called us. Wards of the state, they made us. Said we were immature, uneducated, undeveloped, uncivilized. Now they tell us that we are simply, sadly, contemptibly overdeveloped, over-modernized, over-Americanized, under-Chamorro-sized. Second poem. As I was cleaning out my office, 27 years, I discovered a poem that I had written way back in 1997. I completely forgot about it. And it's never been published, so it's still, a work in progress. I wrote this when I was still a graduate student at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, and I was working as a teaching assistant, so I had students. So the title of the poem is Women Warriors. And I'm reading it even though it was written in 1997 because I think it still resonates today. So anyway, we'll see what you think. Women warriors. Were Chamorro women ever warriors? This unknowing undergrad so innocently asked me. Well, I said, if you want some dug up, made up, messed up archaeological evidence, then you're asking the wrong person. But let me tell you this, my mother had multiple weapons, just like all of my kick-ass linebacker aunties. A friend had told me that my degree would be my weapon, a spear that I would sharpen every day to translate and articulate, a spear to pierce through colonial misrepresentations, a spear to penetrate the arrogance and ignorance of too many of our written histories. So my degree has been my weapon of choice for our arsenal in this war for our homeland, for our very survival as Iman Chamorro. Were Chamorro women ever warriors? Now you tell me, were we ever not?
There you go. That's Dr. Ann Hattori. Once again, the governor says the Magahaga Award is the highest recognition that she could present as a governor. And so Dr. Ann Hattori, 27 years devoted to Guam's history, over 27 years. She is the first Chamorro to earn a doctorate in history. She helped open doors for future indigenous scholars, taught students that history isn't just written in official records, it's also found in people's languages, traditions, memories, and experiences, mentored generations of students, produced internationally recognized scholarship about Guam and the Pacific, and made sure that Chamorro experiences remain at the center of Guam's history. It really resonates with me when she says that Guam's history isn't just by interviewing governors and senators or congressmen. It's interviewing or talking to your grandparents, your great-grandparents, listening to them tell their stories of how they lived their lives. And so it's fulfilling, too, to see that Dr. Ann Hattori was given this prestigious award, the Magahaga Award, in the same week that her sister, who is no longer with us, Dr. Margaret Hattori Achima, they honored her by naming the nursing school at UOG after Dr. Margaret Hattori Achima. And so that I mean, they did that years ago, but they just unveiled it. They just had a ribbon cutting the same week, like a couple days before this Magahaga Award. And so it's fitting. I don't think that it's coincidence. I just think that it's meant to be. And so they're just an amazing family that have done so much for this community, whether in healthcare or in our history too, and just taking back too, and renouncing some of the things that were said about the people that have lived here for 4,000 years, and taking all of that back and saying, no, will we decide who we are? And that's pretty powerful. 5:30 in the afternoon. We'll take the break, and it's all downhill from here. We don't have much left to talk about, but we can always regroup and recap. And if there's anything else that you want to talk about, we can do that too. 671-922-1051 or 1052. You want to just pivot into there you go.
Yeah, let's do traffic. Yeah, 5:29, actually 5:30 in the afternoon. And right about now, it's about that time to check the roads of Guam, moving you forward along with Guam Auto Spot, standing by with the very latest on your commute, Mr. Pauly Suba.
All right. See how things are on Route 8. Yeah, things are definitely picking up all throughout the capital. Trying to escape that area and continue to head north. It clears up for you a bit. Whether you take 8 or 1, it does slow down faster over at the ICC intersection. And you don't really have too many areas that will free you up, because there's a little bit of a gap right by Airport Road, but then things slow down for you again around St. John's and mostly throughout all of Upper Tumon. It is going to be difficult to get out of Tumon from the Tarza Water Park side, and then Route 16 is pretty slow in so many of those intersections. Route 8, again, if you can take 8, I don't see why you shouldn't. I mean, every now and then you're going to hit a traffic light or two, but there are far less traffic lights for you to have to endure, and then of course you'll meet up with all of that traffic. I think you'll get back onto 1 in the Dededo area if you take 8 and then 16, but I'm not going to even put a dollar on it, because I see plenty of congestion throughout so many of those main arteries heading north towards Jigo. Once again, helping you move forward on this Monday afternoon is Guam Auto Spot. Call them up, 478 Auto. View their inventory. That's GuamAutospot.com.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup or delivery. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Introducing the all-new Subway Wraps. Now you can make any footlong a wrap. Light, delicious, and satisfying without weighing you down. Subway Wraps make fueling your day easier than ever with bold flavors and fresh ingredients. Try the cheesy garlic steak wrap today. Subway, eat fresh, feel good.
Half a day, I'm Callan Perez, and I'm running for senator. Service to our island has shaped my life, from community advocacy and substance abuse recovery to supporting sustainable agriculture. Inspired by my parents, Dr. Perez and Dr. Erickson, I remain committed to serving the people of Guam. I'm Callan Perez, and I approve this message.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs. to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
So, what's your idea of a 10? I love guys who don't text and drive.
Girls that wait until they're parked to text? Bro, instant 10.
I don't know, but I got the ick when I went out with this boy who texted while driving.
10s wait to send. Eyes on the road, not your phone.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Tourism is our number one industry. As Guam's largest employer, tourism supports more than 50,000 jobs. In fact, 1 out of every 5 jobs is tourism-related. Annually, tourism generates over $163 million in tax revenue. Without it, every household would pay an additional $3,700 per year. From real estate to retail, tourism has a positive impact on every industry, helping make Guam a better place to live, work, and visit. Support tourism. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, celebrating over 55 years of tourism.
Wave 105, the talk of Guam. Real voices, real stories, right here at home.
Number once again, 671-922-1051 or 2. All lines are wide open. Talk to this gentleman right here, the host of the BrightSide here on Wave 105, Mr. Pauly Suba.
Thanks for hanging out with us. It's all downhill from here.
Pretty much, man.
Yeah. Did you get any movies in or anything like that? Did you get in the UFC? I didn't watch it yet.
No.
I plan on doing it. The thing about Paramount is they don't let you watch, this is why we're second-class citizens, I'll tell you that.
Why? Because we're not watching.
We don't get to watch the fights live.
We don't have the VPN.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you could do that, but do you remember when Disney Plus came out?
Uh-huh.
And it took forever for us to have access to Disney Plus?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and then finally we did. But Paramount, that's not just an issue for us, even our brothers and sisters in the CNMI. We don't get to watch these fights live, even though you subscribe and pay and do everything you're supposed to be doing the right way.
Mm-hmm.
But you wait a day or a couple hours later, and then they open that window for you to watch the fights.
Yeah.
But I saw some of the highlights already, so I don't really plan on watching it because I already know who won. But I forgot to mention, and by the way, there are some fans, Hayden and...
oh, yeah.
Hey, yeah, did you see the fans?
Yeah.
Emmy Lujan is cheering her on. Emmy Lujan is proud of you, Hayden, from the 4th grade teachers.
Mm-hmm.
Yay, Hayden and Mommy, both so creative and wonderful individuals. We are proud of our former Dragons.
Mm-hmm.
We will be watching MU special programs.
Mm-hmm.
That's so cool, right?
Yes.
And so they were tuning in and watching when Hayden and Taylor, a mother-daughter combination,
Combo,
a theater
collab.
Both the mom and the daughter are in the Frozen production that's coming up.
Yeah.
So if I'm not mistaken, I wanted to see if you go to guamtime.net, I was told that that's where you can purchase tickets.
Nice.
Yeah. So is it on yet?
Yeah, this weekend, the only thing I caught, well, I didn't catch it because I really didn't watch it, but, online I was watching snippets of the Ray J Orlando.
Yeah, I saw highlights of that too. Ray J won, right?
I don't know.
I just watched the highlights
I was
too.
like, you got to be kidding. Celebrity, I guess it's a celebrity
Yeah.
bout or something. I was like, geez.
Did you watch back
Two
in the
idiots.
day? It was Celebrity Deathmatch. Those were hilarious.
Is that the
I love.
animated
Yes,
one?
yes. And Stone Cold Steve Austin was like the ring announcer, or not the ring announcer. He was providing commentary. Yeah. So this is like the
Stone Cold said so.
This is the real life celebrity deathmatch, but it's just regular boxing, right?
Yeah, well,
but these guys are out of shape.
Yeah, they weren't boxing, man. They were just like there was
Swinging.
Two guys swinging, sweating, falling all over themselves. And
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, yeah. I mean, if it's to attract people and raise money and just laugh your butt off, it worked.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was what I caught.
I forgot to mention to
Actually-
Hayden that I watched a movie called Don't Say Good Luck, and it's Adam Sandler's daughter. She's a really good actor.
Yeah,
Sunny Sandler.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, she is a good actor. Yeah, and then over the weekend, I went to the Barrigada San Roque Fiesta.
Okay.
The Mass.
Yes.
A lot of people.
Yes.
And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and walk. So we took San Roque Ave and, got some footage and some pictures and everything. It was actually nice.
That's cool.
I normally don't take part in the procession that happens down here in Agania. I haven't done that in a long time, but yeah, where they walk all over it. What is it, Santa Maria and Comelin?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
in December.
Yeah, but this one was actually nice. It was actually nice.
Let's see here. I'm looking at. I don't know if it's available just yet. Frozen. I'm looking at guamtime.net, and I'm looking to see when we have an opportunity. Can you purchase? Oh, you can. It is available.
Nice.
So if you go to guamtime.net/events and look up Frozen, the Broadway musical, you can purchase tickets. It's live now on guamtime.net.
Great.
Very cool.
All right.
Friday, September 4th, 7 p.m. Saturday, September 5th, 2 and 7 p.m. Sunday, September 6th, 3 and 7 p.m. Somebody's on the line?
Yes, we have a caller on line 1.
All right. Hafaday, Wave 105, you're on the air.
Hey, good afternoon, Pauly.
Hey,
How are
good
you?
afternoon, sir.
As usual, there's so much to talk about and so little time, but I'm pretty sure you guys have gone over the details of some of the issues facing our island. And I'm calling because, we respect your political analysis, and you're always very fair-minded about the community. But it does seem like within the Democratic Party particularly, there's a giant rift between Lou and Josh faction and now the new gubernatorial popularly elected leader, Therese Tulai.
So you listened to that recording then?
Yeah, and it was very, it gave us a lot of reason to wonder the way forward, wonder what to do, because it did seem like Therese Tulai was rightfully telling Lou and Josh that she's the newly elected popular leader, and that they should follow her. But the attitude that at least we heard on the tape suggests that the Lou and Josh team wanted Therese to kiss the ring.
Well, isn't that backwards, though? If Senator Therese and Sabina are governor and lieutenant governor, and they're the ones leading the administration, are they supposed to say, yes, please tell us what to do and how to run the government?
That's not how Lou and Josh are doing it. So, no, I think Lou and Josh want to stay in charge, and I think they expected Therese and Sabina to kiss the ring. in order for their supporters to get the message or instruction to vote for Therese. So the sad thing about it is it does sound like this is pari at the highest level, because it's not just about loyalty, it's about votes, and it's about patronage. It's about people keeping their jobs. It's about folks being able to maintain power, and it's all about money rather than competence, because it does sound like Therese is alleging that Lou and Josh are corrupt, that they're morally bankrupt, and that their administration is not going to be the way forward, that this election of Therese and Sabina was a rejection of Lou and Josh's style of leadership, their legacy. We heard that there was some whining about Therese having to continue the good work that Lou and Josh has done, but Therese's message is that a lot of that work that Lou and Josh has done is being found to be morally corrupt and physically corrupt, like the schools. I mean, Simon Sanchez and Teedson and now Southern High School, the Guam Memorial Hospital, they are corrupt at its core from a physical standpoint, not to mention that they're full of employees that Josh put in there to try to get himself elected, despite the fact that they are incompetent. They are not useful to the mission. They don't clean the hospital. They don't clean the schools. They don't make it better. And so this is what Lou and Josh seem to be doing, and it felt like Therese was being gangsta. She showed up like a gangster in a hostile environment, and she told the people what they didn't want to hear. And it got Bob Lozama from Chigo all messed up. He started yelling. So this is the short bus continued. This is the sequel, and it might be better than the original.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know on the record the Democrat Party of Guam has said they are endorsing their everybody on the ticket from the top down, every single person, right? And that's something that they had put out after that meeting. Now, that recording got leaked out, and a lot of people listened to it yesterday for sure. But I would just say that I think us as voters, whether we listen to it or not, expect our leaders to not follow blindly, like blind loyalty, or be rubber stampers either. And so if the people have decided that it is Therese and Sabina on the Democrat side, because remember, you can't cross over. So the majority of Democrats voted for Therese and Sabina. So I'm not there. I wasn't at this meeting, but I would think that I would just ask, what is your agenda? How do you plan to lead? And does it align with the Democratic mindset? Not necessarily Governor Lou's mindset. Not necessarily Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio's agenda. Does it align with the mindset of the Democrat Party? Are you fulfilling the agenda of the Democrats to assist and provide more programs for those less fortunate? Are you uplifting families out of poverty? Are you progressing the people to allow them to have more food on the table? Are you doing those things? It has nothing to do with the location of a hospital. That's not what we should be asking our leader. A future leader.
Are you criticizing what Governor Liu did? Because she didn't do any of the stuff you were mentioning. She was telling her she had to provide loyalty.
I'm not there, and people can decide for themselves and listen for specific voices. But I don't think that it makes sense to say to the person that won the most votes to say, hey, I'm getting phone calls and I don't like it. And so what are we saying? Are you saying it out loud for everybody to hear that you could possibly go and bring all your votes to the Republican Party for what? Because you don't appreciate the fact that Therese Terlai was challenging your leadership decisions? So now the Republicans get to take over? Or are you
doesn't
wanting
sound like loyalty? It sounds like the person having trouble with loyalty is Lulian Guerrero.
And so I agree with the whole statement of the Democrats do need to unite. They have the numbers. They take Josh's numbers and they take Joe's numbers and they combine it with Therese's. You're going to have a tough time beating them. But I mean, if that's what they're going to do and provide an ultimatum, people can decide for themselves. Go listen. It's already been forwarded many times. I'm sure you'll be able to listen. That's the thing. Everybody has their own opinion and can take that to the poll and vote their conscience. But I would say as a leader, Senator Therese or Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenori, whatever makes you sleep at night, vote your conscience. Same thing with Senator everybody, all the legislature, however they're voting one way or another on whatever issue. If you can sleep at night, then you're fine. But if you can and you're restless and it's bothering you, maybe you're not voting the right way. Maybe you're voting somebody else's way.
Somebody else's agenda.
How come Ryan's so quiet? And he's actually the one who fed me all this information. I'm just parroting what he said. He's hiding down there.
No. So I actually agree with Pauly in terms of, okay, the new titular head of the party is Therese and Sabina. But to Governor Lou's credit, she was pointing out, hey, look, for the last 8 years, you've always been the obstacle. You could have voted my way. I've been down. We have talked, and I'm like, can you support this bill? You just flat out told me no, right? And so I think the leadership in the Democratic Party, because I heard the whole recording, they just wanted to know whether or not will they continue on with Governor Lou's programs and her style of leadership and everything. But to the credit of Senator Therese, she has her own style of leadership, and it may not conform to what is currently on the books right now in Adelup. And so, for me, again, I would not, if the party cannot say party loyalty and then say we're not going to support the new head. They cannot talk about party loyalty to me.
Sorry,
that's
I know somebody else is trying to get on, but did you have one more point? And I just want to get somebody else's perspective that's calling in.
Let's get more voices. Thanks for letting me on.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Hafade Wave 105, you're on the air. Would you like to engage with us as well?
Hafade, Pauly.
Attorney Pete.
Hey, so you know me, right? I'm a stickler for technicalities.
Yeah, you're a lawyer by trade.
Biba Pete.
Yeah, so technically the governor is still the titular head of the party until we have a new governor.
Yes.
I'll be nice she's going to pass the torch. That's what we're trying to say, you know.
Yeah.
Who is so here's the thing though. I mean, let's just be above table or whatever, above board. When voters are asking, like in front of everybody on the record, not behind closed doors, not telling people don't stop recording, do you ask the person that has moved on to the general, do you plan on doing everything this current governor is doing? Or are you going to have the courage to lead on your own merits? What do you have what it takes? What exactly are you going to do to govern?
And consider him.
That's the question. Nobody's going to ask, "Hey, do you make sure, that you're going to do everything Governor Lou had in mind?"
No, and to your point, Pauly, to add on to your question, when you look at the numbers that came out to vote in the primary, they already saw. I mean, you already see that people don't want to go where this current administration is going as far as direction is concerned. They wanted new, because if that was the case, then Josh would have won, right?
But to be honest with you, I'm kind of just over all of it, because I absolutely adore Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. I think that she's done some amazing things, and I appreciate her leadership style. I think that she has a lot of her character and her demeanor. I've always been impressed with the way that she's grounded. I've always been. I don't always agree with some of the issues that and her agenda and the bills that she sends down for the legislature to agree on, but the question should be, do you want a rubber stamper? Do you want blind loyalty? Do you want somebody that is going to listen and follow the Democrat Party? Or do you want somebody that has the courage to say, you know what, I'm going to vote based on every single bill on its merits? Every bill that is introduced, 1 through 10, during session and moving forward, I'm going to put all my work and effort into deciding whether or not this bill makes sense for the people of Guam, whether I have the votes or not. Isn't that the correct way to do things, or are we just going to keep playing politics? Or are we going to continue to make...
There's an art and science, right?
But are we going to make all the decisions behind closed doors? Are we finally going to...
No, but I get what you're saying is everyone needs to look at every issue, for its own merits and do what's right. But the real reason why I called Pauly is because I was listening earlier in the morning and also this afternoon, and we're talking about all these problems that seem to be no one's able to tackle it, And if we really think about it, who in the government is supposed to assist the government accomplish its mission, right? That's the Attorney General. The Attorney General is supposed to have attorneys that are assigned to the different agencies that help them succeed, right? Not hold them back or, threaten them with prosecution if they don't do what he wants them to do. That's not what's supposed to happen. We're supposed to have what we call in the military the attorney for the unit or for the agencies is supposed to be a force multiplier, right? Mm-hmm. And not a obstacle to accomplishing the mission. And you become an obstacle when you don't perform your legal reviews, when you don't perform just the basic functions. Right now, there's 130 taxi drivers that are waiting for an AG clearance so that they can renew their license or whatever, and they've been waiting months. Why is that? Why is that? Why do we have a non-functional Attorney General? When are we going to be fed up with that? When are we going to decide, hey, we got to stop rewarding this incompetence and this bad behavior?
In 3 months.
Yeah, in 3 months, God willing, So the AG is supposed to help every department, every agency to accomplish their mission, not to stand in their way, not to threaten them. We're supposed to, like I said, practice preventative law, train, advise, and monitor. And then you don't have to have so many incidents of corruption, right? You do have to get after the corruption that you find, but it's better to prevent it from happening in the first place. And how do you do that? You update our system so that there's transparency and accountability, and there's
For sure.
Zero to little room for opportunities to commit corruption.
Pete, let me ask you this
That's
question.
the real reason.
Yeah, let me ask you this question. If I was a voter that is wholeheartedly Doug supporter, pretty much, right? And I came up to you and said, Pete, if you want my vote, will you continue everything that Doug is doing?
I see what you did there, Ryan. You're so clever.
I brought it back to the
Yeah, but you know what? That's what a Doug voter would want, right?
And that's what a Lou and Josh voter would want. Yeah. I got to run, though, Attorney Pete, but thanks for hanging out with me.
I know. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir.
So here's what I would also say, too, right? Because I know that this has already gotten so much traction, and that's something that everybody loves to, and like, oh, yes, this is sexy stuff to talk about. But, to be honest with you, that recording should have never happened. That was between the Democrat Party. And you put it out there for everybody else now. And now it is public, unfortunately, whether it backfires or not. But is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero corrupt? Me? I say no. Because she's not being charged with anything. No court, no federal court, nobody. Nobody's charging her with anything. She's not corrupt. Now, do you agree with some of the things that she's done? No. Yes or no? It is what it is. But now moving forward as the Democrat Party, they don't have to listen to me. Nobody needs to listen to me. But she was chosen by your party. You had a primary, and the Democrats chose Therese. So the question should be, moving forward, how can we support you, Therese? What is your initiative so we can get behind that?
Does it align with the Democratic Party principles, pretty much? I totally agree with you.
Or else you're going to go align with the Republicans? Exactly. That's hypocritical.
Hey, we're getting calls, man.
That's hypocritical.
I haven't gotten called yet. Did you get called?
So, we'll just end the show like that. Everybody, please be kind to each other, right? Because we all live here, Democrat or Republican or independent. Because if you don't like the votes, barely or not, then let's just end it all. Let's just stop with the nonsense and this party politics, and let's just let everybody run. No more Democrat, no more Republican. We just run as individuals and let the one that has the most votes become the leader. But that's fantasy land. That's living in a fantasy. Be safe out there on the roadways. Be kind to each other, especially out there on those roads. Adios. KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.